I'm not doing it anymore. I was just gonna show you in the... So, have you heard that sound? That was me scratching her. Oh, there you go. She's not making the sound anymore because she's not putting her foot against the chair. But if you heard that weird sound, it was because of her little foot. Was scratching against the chair because I found a good spot. Silly kitty. And you probably heard her meow in the middle of the music as well. That she sat on this chair and meowed very loudly at me. It was very cute. You're very cute. You know that, kitty? Oh, I can't find another good spot. Her foot wants to go, but it's not ready just yet. Ugh. I should have done this during the ad break after all. Yes, the scritches begin. Alright, hello, writer of thought, magistrate, Iron Lung, Marx, Norman Gray with the cheer. Thank you so much. Rumpelstiltskin, been a while since I've seen you on a stream. Lovely to have you. Earth Winterfell, Hellenic Taoist, Drowning Devil. Welcome, people. Welcome, peeps. Okay, so Ryder is joining to say that she can't join, but very fair, and welcome to the VOD whenever you join the VOD. Aerith, oddly enough, I'm getting some Spanish ads now. I don't speak Spanish. That happens to me on thesaurus.com, that on Thesaurus, the app actually, that I have the app on my phone for writing. And it gives me Spanish ads. I don't know why. Oh, yes, I need to turn up my mic. Oh, kitty. You are too cute. You just can't. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going, kitty? Oh, yes, I just saw that Sarah Anderson meme this morning, but it's a cat banging on the door going, "Let me in, I urgently need to come in." And then she opens the door and says, "What is it? What do you need?" And the cat walks in and plops on the floor. That is great, but what would have made it better if it was the cat going, "Let me in, I have to come in." And then she opens the door and is like, "What do you need?" And then the cat comes in and immediately turns around and goes up to the door and goes, "Let me out, I urgently need to get out." That feels like what Bo does on these streams. Am I still quiet? I thought I successfully turned it up. Hello, Decoy. Oh, okay, you're hanging out with friends again, so you won't be able to join. I have to catch the VOD. Very fair. Once again, welcome to the VOD. Okay, not quiet on Norman's end. Alright. The mic is also maybe a little farther away than it usually is, so let's bring him closer. Is that better? Nice. YouTube will give you French ads on account of Canada. My French is pretty minimal. It's probably too specific, but I kind of love "on account of Canada" as a prompt. Okay, that's better. Gotcha. And there's the meow of the bow. Hello, Bo. Come inside. Yes. Cute kitty. Go on. Sit in the chair. Sit in the chair, baby. Can I show him to you? Well, if he hops on the chair, I can show him to you. There he is. There's the bow face. There's the bow face. There's two kitties to start out the stream. It's a good start. It's a good start to the stream, isn't it? Alrighty, Roo. Well, welcome, everybody. I think actually I can go down again. There we go. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. If you are new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is voted on by supporters. Wow, I was about to say patrons. My brain went into a much older mode. it restarted and went back to an older version. The last functioning version. Anyways. Every week we have a prompt that is usually a phrase of some sort that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then at wow. Why am I lost? Is this position and these kitties, is it your fault? Are you interrupting my brain? Okay. Let's keep going. So then every week we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of those stories are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of those are encores. Encores can be unlocked through cheering. We no longer have a visible bar, but there is an invisible bar that is kept by Wolf, MasaCur, and Death's Head. Why did I think there was a 4th? Which I don't think I've seen Mako or Death's Head, but I think Wolf is here. So maybe today it is kept by Wolf. And when you get to that bar to 100%, then you unlock a story, and they will keep us updated on where we are, what percentage we are to unlocking a story. It is very much appreciated when you guys do that. The people who have their stories read appreciate it, and I myself greatly appreciate when you support me in that way. The supporter stories are from the Discord, and they are people who subscribe. So there are 3 tiers on Discord that you can subscribe to. One is the Bookworm tier, the $3 tier, that gives you access to submit prompts, but that's about it. So if that is the tier for you, then that is the tier for you. The next tier, Cocooned in Silk, the $5 tier, that allows you to submit prompts, and when your story is selected, it will be in the guaranteed submissions. And then there is the transformed one, the $10 tier, which gives you access to all of that, and you also get access to the first prompt that you submit immediately gets sent to the final vote. And if you want a universe tag when you post, you may have that. Just contact me. The other thing I forgot to say is the $5 tier supporters are also able to multi-post. So if you want to post 2 stories a week instead of 1, that is a supporter perk. Yeah. So the Twitch subscribers and the Discord subscribers, it's the same. The Twitch subscribers just don't have that $3 tier. So $5 tier is the same, $10 tier is the same on Twitch. Are you purring? You probably can't hear her because she's really quiet, but she's purring. You're adorable. Kind of like this. Chillaxed, pet the kitty, talk to you. Oh, and of course that's when she gets up. I say I like it, and then she can't allow it. Whoa! Thank you for the cheers, Gilooley and MasaCur. It's a sea of turquoise here. I love it. Boom shakalaka. Thank you guys so much. How much does that unlock? Did we already unlock a story with that? We unlocking stuff today. That is right. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, yes. I want to try to use a timer today. We're about to beat our last record. Ooh, exciting. I want to try to use a timer today. I have tried that in the past, and I have never done very well with them, as far as I know. But I really would like to avoid what happened last week from happening again. I don't want to have to split the stream into two because I'm so exhausted. So I'm going to try to put a timer on for 30 minutes per story, and we're going to see how that goes. Thank you for the cheers, Norman and Mako Cam. Nice. Norman, one bit. What can I buy with this? The world's tiniest clap. Amazing. That's one, yeah. Awesome. Let's mark that properly. And Marx, too! Joining the Turquoise gang! That is awesome! That is great to hear. Or great to see. Thank you so much. That's 2 already? That's amazing! I love that. Thank you so much. Is that a new layer, a new level of hype train that we have yet undiscovered? Oh, now, okay, that's a cool image. Now I'm just imagining that the hype train is a train that we're all on, and we don't have access to certain train cars. And now it's like, this train car is open to you, and it's like, wow, look at all the stuff. Look, we get hot chocolate in here. Very weird popping. What? What is the sound of one hand clapping? And very weird popping. I feel like a snap is like one hand clapping. Now we just have to buy access to the brakes. Oh, to the brakes of the train, you mean? Amazing. We're unlocking stories one word at a time with this one, says Norman. That's awesome. Oh, nice. Okie dokie. Well, our prompt for this week was a fun one. It was, do a past prompt that you missed, or do a prompt that you missed. So basically, that means that we have 200 prompts, and I wanted to do a special celebration for the big number that is 200. And I don't believe that anyone in the community has done all of them. There are some folks who have not missed a week since they joined. I am one of them. But I don't think anybody has joined from prompt 1 and then proceeded to do all of them. And so all of us have prompts that we missed. I see something happening. All-time record shattered! Ghoulish! Another beautiful turquoise 1,000 bits. That is awesome! Thank you guys so much. I love seeing the jumping emojis. So that's very cute. Very fun. Oh, that's fun too. The winged anime girls. I like them. It's so big that it broke my announcement. My announcement isn't even showing up. It's all black. It's not even saying hype train anymore. It's so hype that the void took it over. The void took the hype train. It took our bar, and now it's taking the hype train bar. We're too excited. That's incredible. Yes, so we all have prompts that we have missed, be it because, you joined later and you missed all the prompts before you joined, or be it because, you had a busy week a certain week, or you weren't feeling inspired by the prompt that week, and so you decided, I don't think I'm gonna write this week. Or sometimes people will take breaks, so they'll leave and then come back, all of those prompts within that break. You missed. Now I'm starting to get worried because my notification thingy is not going away. It's just the jumping emojis into eternity, and I'm afraid that will be there the entire time. But anyways, so yes, we all have prompts that we missed for one reason or another. And so this prompt was, go back and pick one that you missed and now do it this week. And it was a lot of fun. It was great to see what people used, and was a ton of diversity in the stories, which is really fun. And so I'm really excited to read these stories to you guys. So without further ado, here is our list. We have Lilladyeva, MasaCur, Marx, and The Real Decoy for our guaranteed stories. Then, for our encores, we have Gilooley, Geller, Palmothemus, and Spectre. Have we unlocked Palmothemus now, or is it still just the first two? Can I show you guys the chat? Can I show you what it's doing? Yes, I can. It's tiny, but that's what my chat is doing. It is just, oh man, now it's really freaking out. But yeah, I think I'm gonna exit out and try to bring it back. Chat, please. Hey, oh, there we go. I think. Okay, it's I don't know what I did. Okay. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I just was not clicking on OBS. Yes, come back here, chat. Come here, chat. Okay, it's still bouncing, but hopefully it will solve itself in a second. Just 2, but we're close to 3. Gotcha. Going off the rails on the crazy train. Cool guitar solo. And now it's frozen. Now it's there, but frozen. Goodness gracious. Well, maybe I'll read the first story, and if it's still there, then I will exit out again. Also, so I have a little bone to pick with you, Lilladyeva. I have now learned what your name actually is, and I'm not sure how I should say it, but I have now learned what it actually is. It's not Lilladyeva. It's Little Lady Eva. Why didn't you correct me? And am I correct? Like, do you want to be? Should it be stated as Little Lady Eva instead of Lilladyeva? I totally did not realize that. I absolutely was like, I've seen lots of wacky usernames before, and so I was just like, yeah, this is just a wild word, a wild username, not realizing, no, there are words in there. So should I now call you Eva? Should I call you Little Lady Eva? If you are here, or if you are in the VOD, do tell me how you want me to pronounce your name. Mark says that's how I've been saying it in my head as well. The Lilladyeva. That's comforting. So, 3rd story unlocked. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. It's been a while since we have unlocked 3 stories right off the bat, and that makes me so happy. That is wonderful to see and hear and everything. So it's okay. Norman, I never read it correctly either. Thought it was the Lilladyeva. Yeah, that is an option too. I do think if indeed it is Little Lady Eva and you want people to read it correctly, what I did, I think would fix it. If you just capitalize the L in Lady and the E in Eva, I do think it'll be clear what it is for future reference. But if you like the fantasy name of Lilladyeva, keep it as it is. Yes, Aerith is the one that surprised me with Little Lady Eva's name. Like, Aerith was like, oh yeah, Eva's story, and I was like, who's Eva? And Aerith was like, Little Lady Eva, and I was like, what? Alternative theory, Lilladyeva. Yes, that could be it too. Lilladyeva. I'm more inclined to Little Lady Eva because Eva is a more common name, but it could be. Anywho, alright, time to set my first timer. Oh, cute kitties! Let's see if I can take a picture of them. That's really cute. That's really precious. I like that. That's real precious. Aren't you, kitties? Sorry about the mess of cords that you're gonna see by them. Do deedle-do, deedle-do, and there they are. That could be a funny banner image for the channel, is just the two cats and a bunch of cords. Cute. Alright, here we go. 30 minutes. Oops, and must put the scene right. Artificial Moonlight by Lilladyeva. It was a dark and moonless night. The sky was completely overcast and threatened rain. An owl soared silently nearby, eagerly hunting its prey. A tiny moth flew through the night, disoriented, guided by the only light it could see, a lamp left lit in a library. The moth fluttered through the open window and landed on the lit lamp. It basked in the warm glow until it began burning its tiny feet. It flew off, only to orient itself to the same lamp. It bashed headlong into it, again and again and again, until a much larger creature scooped it up in its gentle hands. "You little guy, you don't belong here," the man said, cupping the moth in his hands and holding him up to his face. The man had long dark hair that looked like it had not been washed in a while, that hung over his dirty face. His clothes were crumpled and stained, mostly with ink and candle wax. On the desk in front of him, a book laid open. Incomprehensible symbols filled the yellow pages. Next to it was another stack of books, piled up so high it looked as if it might topple over at any second. "You don't belong here," he said again to the moth. "And I certainly don't belong here, not at this time of night." Still holding the tiny creature, he went to open the window and released it. He watched as it fluttered away into the darkness, and shut the window tight to ensure the moth would not enter in again, drawn by the pale lamplight. And then he blinked and rubbed his eyes and returned to his seat and his yellowed pages. "I certainly don't belong here, but there's promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. More bits from Ghoulish, 300 bits. Thank you so much. Drowning Devil, did you just change color? I thought you were like red and now you're the chartreuse color. A moth to a flame, a moth in the archive, you decide. It does totally fit both, but the one that Lilladyeva mentioned in the notes is a moth in the archive. Hang on a second, actually. Because I can do something to check a little more. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. I was going to check what Lillady's pronouns were, but they are not mentioned in their profile. They have not picked some. I could tell them apart for once, the kitties. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I don't have a lot of pictures of them right next to each other, but for future reference for everyone looking at that picture I posted, the one that is more like tan, orangey, caramel colored is Bella. The one licking herself, that's Bella. And then the one that is gray and white, that is Beau. And so, I don't know how easy it is to see the colors on the stream, but if you see that more caramel color, that will always be Bella. And if you see white or gray, that will, well, I guess Bella does have gray on her, gray and some white. But if it's just like pure stark gray and or white, that is Bo. Oh, thank you, Death said. 3 unlocks. Do you mean 4 unlocks? Have we unlocked 4? That's great. Wolf. Bella. Bo. Magistrate Ironlung, thank you for the cheer as well. Very pretty and somber, yes. It says, I liked how the last line is a quote reference to Robert Frost's poem. Quick question, is that poem, would I be able to read that on the stream? It's very short, so I could totally read it if for the folks who have never heard that poem, but I don't know if that would be a problem. 5% of the way to 4. Gotcha. Bo has a scar, yes. So he has the that piece of white on his face that looks like a scar. Sometimes we call him Harry Potter, because, you know, it looks kind of like a lightning scar. But anyways, I absolutely loved this story, Eva. I thought it was really wonderful, really great vibes. I loved your use of the prompt. And it's really interesting to me. I think I've mentioned this on streams before that that I'm not in my personal preferences. My preferences don't lean towards more setting or descriptive stories. I tend to like more dialogue or action or internal monologue sorts of things, and you'll see it in my stories that my stories tend to be all dialogue, that most of the time you don't get much setting in my stories, you just get dialogue. And so I don't tend to lean towards descriptive stories. And this is interesting because this story in some ways is like that setting descriptive thing, but it never loses my interest. I never feel like I, as somebody who kind of can get bored with more descriptive stuff, like I never feel that way in this story. I feel incredibly engaged the entire time. You want out, baby? And to be clear, absolutely nothing wrong with descriptive stories, and if that's what you're into, that's totally great. It is just not my particular preference, and so oftentimes there will be a higher barrier of me like getting really into a story if it's like all like, oh, here's the setting, you know what I mean? And so all that to say, like, this story did not have that problem for me. It was beautiful and wonderful and really engaging. And I don't know exactly why, but we can go into it and try to talk about it and figure it out. But the first paragraph is great. I love the setting. I can totally imagine this, you know, navy night sky, and then there's just one light, you know, out there, and the moth is like, I must go to that. You can really feel that feeling of it's all darkness around. Let's go to the one light around, and it's in a library. So you're wondering, you know, what's in this library? And then I like how it lands on the lamp, very, very moth behavior, and then it, not only that, it stays there until its feet burn, and so it's like, yeah, that's a moth, self-destructive for you. And then it flies off only to orient itself to the same lamp. I don't know if you knew this or you meant this, but your word of orient makes me think that you know why bugs do that. Or at least have heard the same information that I have. I could be wrong. But the information I've heard is that, you know, that bugs don't really have great eyesight. And so they can just see, oh, there's a light. And they orient, like, where they're going to fly by the sun. And so at night, when there's a artificial light, there's an artificial lamp, they're gonna be like, aha, that is the sun. I must orient myself to that sun. And then they just end up circling around it, not realizing that is not, in fact, the sun. And so So I don't know if you had heard that as well, but I think that word was great for that, because it made me think. Yeah, it's like trying to go off and orient itself properly, and then it's like, no, wait, the sun's over here, and then goes back to the lamp. I want a moth derp emote now. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I really like that the moth acts like a moth. Like, it is great to have fantasy moths. It's great, myself and Palmothemus wrote about Amida, that's fun too. But I really like using this prompt just to write about a moth who acts like a moth. I think that's really fun and engaging and real, and I like it a lot. And I really like his reaction to it as well, like, hey, little guy, you don't belong here. It's so kind and sweet, and I just love him. Funny, this isn't really a critique on the story because it's fine, but I realized as I was reading it, twice now I have read cupping as copping, and I think it's just because moth is coming up, belong and moth are next to it, and so my brain just tries to go to the next word, but I thought that was kind of interesting that I read it wrong twice now. But anyways, I like the description of him. We will come back to that, but I can very much picture this dude, and I like that description. I think it's well done. I'm curious why the symbols are incomprehensible, because presumably he's reading them. Presumably, if he doesn't fully comprehend them, he is trying to comprehend them. And so it's odd to make such a strong statement of they're incomprehensible. And it might be that they're incomprehensible to the moth, but the story hasn't been that deeply inside the moth's perspective before or since. It's been a little bit in the moth's perspective at the beginning, but not too strongly. And if we were in the moth's perspective completely, his words would be incomprehensible too. And so it feels odd to be in this more omniscient perspective and leaning more on the side of the man's perspective, because the moth leaves at the end of the story, so it has to be in if it's going to be one of their perspectives, it's going to be his, because we can't have our perspective character leave and the story still be told. So it leans more on his perspective. So if that was the intention, that it's incomprehensible from the moth's perspective, I don't think that quite works, because that's really the only line that's from the moth's perspective. You want out, baby? Bella, you want in? Come here, kitty. Good girl. So this might just be me, but I'm still gonna say it. So when I read Filled the Yellow Pages, to me, the Yellow Pages are something very specific. It's like a giant phone book of yellow pages. I think there's more stuff in there too, but it's a lot of phone numbers. And so that is called the Yellow Pages. I recognize now that it's not the Yellow Pages. It's just pages that are yellow with like time and age and stuff. And so I do think that it would be helpful to just here, you do it later, you do call them yellowed here, and so I think it would be helpful to call them either yellowed or yellowing here, so that you don't run into that potential confusion. We'll probably come back to that as well. Okay, the Yellow Pages is businesses. Gotcha. Yeah, all I remember is a giant yellow book, but it's been forever since I've actually interacted with them. And the White Pages is residential. Interesting. And then I really like that, this is a great response, very kind and fun and natural. And then I really like that we take it to another level, that it's, you don't belong here, and neither do I. That it's, instead of it being like, you don't belong here, but I belong here. I'm a human. I belong in this library. It's going, I'm not supposed to be here either. That adds a ton of intrigue. Yeah, it's really interesting, and it makes him like sympathize with the moth. He's, instead of being like, I'm better than you, it's kind of like, neither of us belong here, but I don't want you to burn your feet on this lamp, so let's get you outside. And I guess it's kind of this element of, you don't belong here, so I'm going to put you where you do belong. And then for him, he can't do that. He can't go where he does belong. He must, oh cat, he must do whatever he needs to do. Tiny creature is cute. I like him releasing it. Like, you can tell a lot about a character with how they treat animals, and even more about a character with how they treat bugs. And I guess you can tell the most about a character by how they treat spiders. But you know, somebody being kind enough to be like, okay, like, I don't want you to die. Like, I care about you, little creature. Let's get you out. Tells us about him and makes him very endearing, and it makes the story cuter, and I like it a lot. And then it's also nice that he, like, closes the door to make sure it doesn't just come right back. You know, kind of the sun thing I was talking about could maybe make it come back, but it will be out there, hopefully safe. Maybe not, but at least safe from him. At least he didn't kill it. But yeah, so he releases it out there, and then goes back to his reading. So, my biggest critique for the story is that, let's see, how did I say it? Okay, yeah, it's brought up, but nothing happens with it. So it's brought up that he doesn't belong here. And I don't know if this story is part of a larger universe or not, but especially if it's not, it feels like that I should get more of an answer. Like, if not a full answer, I feel like I should have at least a clue as to what his deal is, what he's looking for. And even if it's as something as simple as, oh, he wants to solve a mystery, you know, like, that is more information than I have, and that is helpful information. And so, you know, like I said, when I get to, oh, you don't belong here, I certainly don't belong here, I'm like, ooh, I'm intrigued, I want to know more. And if it's part of a larger universe, then okay, like, maybe we'd learn that in another story. But if this is meant to stand alone and this is the end of the story, I feel like that intrigue should pay off. I feel like that question should be, if not fully answered in some way, shape, or form. And for me, personally, the poem is beautiful, but doesn't quite work. And I guess I will. So I see Death said here saying that the poem entered the public domain. So it looks like I can read it. So let me read the poem to you, and then we will talk about the use in this story. There we go. Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening by Robert Frost. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near, between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sounds the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. So, very beautiful poem, very famous poem. I quite like that poem. How many times can I say poem? So, I like the poem, and referencing poems is not a bad thing at all, and as Aerith said earlier, some people really liked it. I think I heard a meow. No, I did not hear a meow. So for some people it worked. But for me personally, it didn't work, and here is why. It is quite simply what I was saying earlier, that I'm looking for answers. And quoting something, in this particular instance, does not give me answers, and actually gives me even less answers than I would get if he didn't quote something. So what I mean by that is, if he said something like, let's see, did I write down options? Okay. So, like, he could say something like, I certainly don't belong here, but this mystery isn't gonna solve itself. You know, little cliche, but something along those lines. Or, even something like, I certainly don't belong here. And then period, you know, end quotation mark, and then he pored over the map, or he pointed to the X on the map, or something like that. Or, you know, his hands grazed over the image of, I don't know, like a corpse reanimating itself, or something like that. But as you can see here, I'm like, is he here for a mystery? Is he poring over maps? Does he want that good necromancy? But yeah, so like he could be here for a lot of different reasons, and this line could be a clue to any of those things. And you don't have to tell me, I'm looking for the treasure of for me to get it. Like, all you have to say is he's looking at a map, or something about him wanting treasure. And if he's trying to solve a mystery, I don't need to know what that mystery is. I just need to be introduced. Aha, that's why he's here. He wants to solve a mystery. If he wants that good necromancy, again, you can have a little clue to that, and I don't need to know who he wants to raise or why he wants that good necromancy. All I need to know is that's why he's here. That's what he's looking for. And so, using even something very vague to answer this question still answers the question. Like, if he said anything in his own words, even if that thing was really vague, it would work, and it would still give me something to work with. But the fact that he quotes something nullifies its ability to give me an answer as to what he is, or nullifies too strong of a word, but it means that I'm not getting information on what he is actually doing here, or what he wants. He is quoting something somebody else said. And so it amounts to just kind of pretty words, if that makes sense. Like, I don't find substance in these words. If he said, you know, I certainly don't belong here, but I have a promise to keep, even that would have given me more information, because I would know that's from his own words. Oh, okay, he has a promise to keep. Might not give me as many answers as I want, but it gives me something. But when he quotes, there's promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep, I don't know that there's actually promises to keep, because all I know is he's quoting a nice poem. You know, all I know is, you know, he is well read, and that it might certainly mean, yes, like I'm quoting this because there are indeed promises to keep, but I don't know that for sure. All I know is I know that quote, and that's how that quote goes. And so I don't know for sure if he's just quoting something to quote something, or if there's actually meaning here. And if there is meaning here, I can't decipher what that meaning is. What does it mean in his case of miles to go before I sleep? I guess it just means I can't rest, you know, I can't sleep, because I need to do this. But what is this? What are we doing? And I guess, so, like, maybe I'm being too harsh in saying that, like, it doesn't really tell me much. I guess the other element of it is, like, okay, say it does say something. Let's say both of these things are absolutely true. It is not just quoting something to quote something. Yes, there absolutely are promises, yes, to keep. Yes, there are absolutely miles to go before I sleep. Doesn't really tell me much. There's promises to keep. Okay. Who are they made to? Who are they made by? What are these promises? Okay, you can't rest. I kind of got that. I kind of got that from the fact that you look disheveled. So I don't really feel like I'm getting new information. Or if I am getting new information, it doesn't feel like I'm getting the information that I want or need to feel satisfied at the end of the story, if that makes sense. And part of the reason that I am saying all this, which I probably should have said before, is that when I got to his physical description, I very much had this image of he's a hobo, and that is kind of his connection with the Moth, that that they both are wandering without a home, and they both are drawn to the light of the library, and the Moth is drawn to the literal light of the library, while this hobo is drawn to the light of knowledge, or just to the light of the warmth of the library. And so then I think that's part of why my brain went to the Yellow Pages, as I was like, okay, like, is he somehow looking for a job? Is he looking for somebody to call? Is he in a strange town and he needs a friend to call? What's going on here? And if I wasn't thinking of him as a homeless person, I might not have drawn that connection to the Yellow Pages. I'm not sure, but... So, when I get to the end, I'm like, okay, so he's not a homeless person, I guess? But there's not really enough there to refute or approve my initial impression that he's just a homeless person that wandered in. It refutes it a little because it doesn't seem like he's just there for warmth and a roof over his head. But hang on. Nope. Thought I heard a meow again. But I don't know what is going on. I have no idea why he is so disheveled. I don't know why he's there. And one of the reviews was saying that it seems like his obsession mirrors the Moth's obsession, and so the Moth is obsessed with the light, and this man is obsessed with his research, and so he's so obsessed with the research he's not taking care of himself. That's really cool too. I like that interpretation as well. But like I said, there's not enough here for me to say, yes, that's the right interpretation. Because I don't really know what's going on or why he's here, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Chad is answering questions Kaylee hasn't asked yet. Better reload. Yeah, that is a good indication it's time to reload. I guess there was more debate than I thought there was, so hopefully that was okay. Rumple math suggests public domain. Nara says, figure the incomprehensible symbols are like the Necronomicon type stuff. He's working to translate its alien and strange symbols. That is possible. Like I said, it's just, if he's working to translate them, they are not full stop incomprehensible. They are symbols that he's working to translate. They are not... And hopefully, if they are totally incomprehensible, he has no way to translate them. Why is he here? Why is he reading them, you know? Maybe I'm being too harsh on that wording. Maybe it does just conjure to image, like, yeah, you can be translating something and you can use the word incomprehensible. But, you know, it's not something I noticed at first, I will say that, but over time when I looked into that word, I was like, that does seem odd to me, that even if it is some strange symbols, they wouldn't be full stop incomprehensible if he is working on translating them. I'm dating myself today by mentioning the Yellow Pages, yeah. Yeah, if you thought I was a middle schooler, I'm not. Most people do. Yep, phone books are obsolete. You can Google phone numbers now. Yeah, if you have the internet. No, it's predatory owls outside. Outside isn't safe. Yes, that is something I was thinking about, that he does, you know, let the moth out, and you're presuming, yes, out into the blue yonder, you know, out to be free. But, there was an owl and a bat, and, right? An owl. No, it's just, I guess it was just an owl. Okay, is that? Yes, that is the cat. Mena. Come here, cat. But yeah, so I don't know if owls eat moths, but I presume they could. So that is a thing, is it might be more dangerous out there. Earth very, very, very much likes the necromancy. Yes, if you couldn't tell, that was from your story a while ago when I... Hold on. if you want to know the joke about good necromancy, I don't remember which stream it was for, but it was a story of Aerith's about a dude. It might have been, actually, no, it might have been a Moth in the archive about your guy being like, should I go out with friends, or do I want that good necromancy? I'm choosing necromancy. Drowning Devil says, I mean, so real quick, sometimes I like to just say half of someone's name, but your name is Trouble, because so many times I've almost said drowning and just called you that. I might need to call you Blub, because that is less of an issue than almost calling you either drowning or just devil. I mean, I don't know the story that they're quoting, but it could be telling you his intentions through the quote, though I could be looking into it. I think I answered that even if it is, like, yes, like, he is, everything in this quote is exactly what he is meaning and going through, I still feel like I don't get enough of a sense of what's going on. Yeah, Mako says, you don't belong here, little one. Pause. Well, neither do I, but that's another story. Yeah, even just saying that's another story, even just honestly telling the audience, I don't want to tell you. It's not great, it's not the best response, but it would work better for me, I think, that, you know, oh, there's the timer. Honestly saying, you know, I can't tell you, I can't say. Hobo worries about murder hobos from D&D. Nice. Drowning Devil says, yeah, that's a predicament. About your name, you mean? Let's take a quick look at the not-so-private chat. Nice. Wolf says, I've heard multiple interpretations of the poem. One is the narrator taking a detour. One is the narrator having seasonal depression. I've also heard some interpret the narrator as Santa Claus. Nice. Interesting. Aerith, ironically, my literature teacher discussed us interpreting this poem and added, it is not Santa Claus. Trust a literature teacher to be like, all interpretations are valid. You tell me what you think is going on in this story. It is not Santa Claus. Do not turn in your papers with Santa Claus theories. All right, continue. Interesting. I promises to keep in miles before I sleep, interpreted as an actual journey or life itself. Here, the sleep being death. That's interesting. Oh, God. Oh, Norman. Amazing. Yes, that's perfect. Indeed. All right. Thank you so much for submitting Lilladyeva. Little Lady Eva. Let us go on to MasaCur. I know you are here, so that sounded ominous. I know you're here, so feel free to submit any questions you might have. Time to do the next timer. Not Your Papa's Lich, from the Genre Break universe. My Life with an Idiot Lich, by MasaCur. Ibrahim was frenetic as he raced about his apartment. Miguel, everything must be perfect! Miguel carried a bag of empty bottles to the storage area. You have not told me who it is that's visiting, Master. Miguel, I dare not speak their names, in fear that it may summon them here before it is time. Miguel rolled his eyes and tucked the bag into the closet of the spare room. As he did so, the intercom buzzed. Come in, Ibrahim said over the intercom, his voice uncharacteristically saccharine. Miguel returned to the front entrance to hear a knock at the door. He took a step forward to answer, only for Ibrahim to step forward. No, Miguel, I shall get this. He threw open the door and flashed a rictus grin. Mama! Papa! How good of you to come! Two emaciated figures entered, dressed in black sackcloth. Apart from their size, it was impossible for Miguel to tell them apart. This doesn't look like a castle, the taller one said, his voice like the grinding of a millstone. Doesn't look like a keep either, or a barrow. Ibrahim threw an arm around him. This is better, Papa. This is my luxury apartment.
It's not even a penthouse,
the shorter figure said, presumably Ibrahim's mother. Yes, Mama. The penthouse is already being leased to a member of the legislature, but I assure you, this suits me perfectly.
And what are you wearing?
Papa asked. He waved his bony hand at the lime green suit that Ibrahim was wearing. Papa, I have a sense of fashion not merely satisfied by blacks. Don't you understand?
When are we going to have grandchildren?
Ma asked. Ibrahim smiled sheepishly. Well, you see, Mama, as a Lich yourself, you must understand that I no longer have the need nor the means to reproduce, nor the compulsion for that matter. But my apprentice Miguel here, I consider him like my own child. Miguel, feel free to call me Poppy. Miguel recoiled in astonishment. Master, I promise I will do no such thing. Ibrahim scowled. He will come around. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. If you didn't see Masa's message at the end of the last stream, what prompt do you think he wrote for? Beautiful, says Drowning Devil. Amazing. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Why do we hear that as, when are you going to give me grandchildren? I don't know if that's a reference to something or if I'm doing it right, but that is funny. Well, okay.
Oh, there goes the camera. There goes this camera.
Hellenic, those unsatisfiable Eldritch parents. Yes, exactly. No ads, no! Ad. I love that the chat has turned into turmoil whenever an ad starts. It's like, it's an ad, everybody! It's an ad! But yeah, I guess it's kitty time.
Are you guys getting the ad? Now it's not coming up. And I would show you too, but you're over there.
Yes, I'm assuming loving Eldritch parents.
Indeed. Oh, we got eye boogies.
So I guess, well, I should wait until the ad's over if you guys are getting an ad. Can't think of questions, also didn't have the time to get my computer loaded to Discord. Fair enough. I don't see the little timer of the ad, so maybe it skipped or something? Don't know. But I guess I'll talk. Yeah, are y'all getting an ad?
Oh, baby.
Not seeing one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now I see the actual official thing. That's a cool emoji. Is that a special hype train one?
Oh, kitty. Time to smush your little face. Time to smush it. You're so cute. You're so cute. You got goopies. I see goopies. Let's get those goopies. You're just a snotty little kitty. Yes, you are.
Leave me alone.
But you're so cute, though. But you're so cute.
Okay, looks like it's over now.
Looks like it's over now.
All right. So I guess the first question about this story has to do with that prompt, which is, so I love this use of the... Well, first of all, I love the story. I highly doubt that you could ever write an Ibrahim story that I would not love. He is probably my favorite character of yours. I absolutely adore him. And I am ready to read a novel about his and Miguel's adventures. But anyways, so I love this use of the prompt. However, there's one potential issue with this use of the prompt, which is that the prompt is Eldritch loving parents. And we don't see a whole lot of love in this story. And granted, I'm sure that they do love him, and if the story continued, we'd see that. Or it could be more of a sense of, yeah, like, they do love him, they just show it in these more, like, nagging ways. But... So I'm curious what you guys think of that, if you thought it fulfilled the prompt, or if you were like, yeah, I felt like I didn't really see the loving part. What do you guys think on that front? I really like the use of frenetic. That gives me a very clear image with a single word, so I think that's fantastic. I can totally just imagine him zooming around the apartment, basically buzzing. And then I love I dare not speak their names in fear that I may summon them. I believe that actually could happen with liches, and so I love that it's like, who's coming, master? And instead of it being like, oh, but it's a super secret, it's like, no, I don't want to summon them, the house is not ready. There is a question, though, with that, which is that as much as I do love that line, they do arrive a few moments later. And so I kind of feel like it would make more sense if it was like, Miguel's like, who's coming, master? And then he's like, my dear mama and papa. And then suddenly the intercom buzzes and he's like, oh no, I summoned them before it was time. I think that, I don't know if it would be as funny as it is now, but I think it totally would be funny as well. You could do the same joke and it might make a little more sense that it's like, yeah, they did arrive a second later. I'm also curious why Ibrahim is uncharacteristically saccharine over the intercom. I do like it, and I can totally see someone being overly saccharine with their parents when they're not usually like that. I can also see somebody, I guess it could work to say that, just that single, come in, like that. But it seems a little odd to me that, he's uncharacteristically saccharine over the intercom, but not through the rest of the story. At least it didn't seem that way. But in case it's not clear, I do not have much to critique for this story. This is definitely one of those stories where I have to look for critiques. I have to dig into it for critiques. It works perfectly as it is. I missed some of the... Oh, no. Missed some of the extra spaces. And then I like he's not gonna let his minion open the door for his parents. Very cute. I can totally imagine him being like, no, Megan, I shall get this. I do kind of wish that you had put that in, that you said, like, Ibrahim put his arm over his chest, but maybe that would have taken too many words. I don't know what a rictus grin is, but I love saying it. Maybe I can look it up. We'll see if anything comes up when I look up rictus. The gape of the mouth of a bird. The gaping or opening of the mouth. So like an open-mouthed grin? Like that kind of thing? Interesting. That wasn't what I was imagining, but I guess that works. But regardless of if I understand its meaning, I love the cadence of that. So like flash to rictus grin. There's like this choppy flow to it that I quite like. And then, I like the, we don't know who they are, and it seems very mysterious, and we might summon them, and then, Mama, Papa, very cute, love it so much. I am curious how people who didn't know what was going to happen reacted to that line, because I knew it was gonna happen, but it was already so much fun. But I feel like it would be even more fun to folks who didn't know what was coming. Just like, oh, who are these spooky people who we might summon before the time? And then it's like, Mama, Papa, hello. And then it's funny that it's just like, yeah, here's the parents, like bony goth skeletons in the door. Great, I like that. I also like the, this is a castle. It's kind of funny that he didn't notice that until he got in, or maybe he just is, he did notice it on the way in, and he just needs to tell Ibrahim. Excuse me, but I do think it's funny how they're like, a lich is supposed to live in an evil lair. This isn't an evil lair. It's like, it's better. It's luxury. I also really like the grinding of a millstone image. That's really evocative. I don't know that I was able to voice it very well, but I really like the image. And I love Ibrahim having to convince them, being like, oh, no, I don't need an evil lair. This is my luxury apartment. And then it is funny that immediately his mom is like, it's a luxury apartment, but it's not the best apartment. Like, you can do better than this, son. There's a slight confusion in that line because it seems like, he's having to explain what an apartment is. Like, his phrasing of, this is my luxury apartment, kind of seems like they don't know what an apartment is. And so then for her to be like, it's not the penthouse, is a little incongruous, but not too bad. It's cute enough to forgive, I do love the, this isn't an evil lair. No, it's a luxury apartment. Well, you could do better. It could be a better luxury apartment. Very fun. And cute that he's like, oh, I couldn't get the penthouse, but this is fine. And then love the mention of his fashion sense. If I remember correctly, last time we saw him, or maybe the time before that, he had like a rainbow jacket, like a jacket of multiple colors. And so now it's a vibrant green. Love that. Love his fashion sense, and I love that he's a lich, but not very lich-like, and that's kind of what the whole story is about. That's not your papa's lich. He's not your average lich. And I absolutely love the image of a lich who's just very flamboyant and fun and lives in a luxury apartment, keeps his soul in a phone, and wears lime green suits. It's fantastic. And then I have mixed feelings for the when are we going to have grandchildren line, because I feel like, yes, that is very much a mom coming over line, like, or a relative coming over. It doesn't have to be a mom, but a lot of times that can be the question of like, yes, I want grandchildren, when you're getting on that. At the same time, well, and the other thing about that is that, yeah, in one sense, maybe it is realistic that she would ask that 3 seconds into the door. At the same time, it feels a little fast that she would ask that so soon. And then the other thing about it, that's the biggest critique of it, is that as a lich herself, she should know. And so I'm wondering why she wouldn't. That it does make this feel a lot more like an as you know moment, where it's like the characters would know, but it's there for the audience. And so I don't know if it's a sense that like she had Ibrahim when she was still human, and so she's not really familiar with lich reproduction, that she's like, yes, I had children, and then he's like, well, I didn't have a child before I became a lich, so I don't really have that option anymore. That kind of thing. But I do think it's fun to learn about lich lore in that way in your universe. And then it's very cute that he goes to like, yeah, I can't do that. I don't want to do that. But, look at my minion. He's like a son to me. And I love that. Feel free to call me Poppy. That kind of thing. I am curious, how I'm supposed to read this line. Because I basically saw two ways to read it. And I kind of read it in the middle. But one way is him being like, Master, I promise I will do no such thing. I would never disrespect you in that way. Or it's, Master, I will do no such thing. Like, much more of a confrontational, like, I am not doing that. It's the I promise that makes me feel like it's the former, that it's like, no, I promise I will not do that. But it is a question that I had, and for me personally, I kind of like the I will do no such thing a little bit more. That's a bit funnier to me, that he's like, no, I am not calling you that. that kind of confrontationalness is a little bit funnier to me personally, but if that's not accurate to the story, it's not accurate to the story or the characters. But at the end of the day, the point is, I do feel like having just a little bit more to that dialogue tag that, to convey a little bit more about the tone would be helpful. Or if you did intend it as more of that, I will do no such thing, that maybe taking out the I promise would help a bit with that. But it's cute either way. I do like it, and I love Ibrahim being like, he'll come around. It's fine. kind of thing. Super cute. I love it. Absolutely adorable and fun. Oh yeah, I guess another thing to say, again, nitpicky, but I kept looking at this title being like, I feel like I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I get that it's the sense of, like, he's not your traditional Lich. And kind of like if you would say to someone like, well, I'm not your papa's Lich, kind of thing. Like, I'm special, baby. But I think that it would work a little bit better to me as not my papa's Lich, because kitty. Baby. Oh, baby. Because that is, okay, kitty's asking for help again. Because that's also something you could say. You could, in a similar circumstance, and instead of saying, like, well, I'm not your papa's Lich, that's saying, well, I'm not my father's Lich, and I'm not my papa's Lich. It conveys the same thing, and I think it conveys it a little bit better, because it also has this meaning of, well, I'm not like my father. I'm not my father's Lich. I'm not the Lich that my father wants me to be. So I think it would work a little bit better as my, personally, but that is nitpicky, as I said.
You want out, kitty? Oh, and this one's hacking. This one's hacking.
All right. Let's see what folks have been saying. Interesting. Well, it says, my only critique had to do with Spanish, but the story's in English, so interesting. Papa with the, I don't know what it's called, but the mark over the A, dad. Papa with no mark over the A, potato. That's even better. Potato! Mom, how's it going? And then Wolf says, I read that interaction as, call me daddy. Hell no. Gotcha. If that was the intended reaction, I like that better. I like that a lot. That I guess, something maybe more like, Miguel scrunched up his nose. Master, I will do no such thing. And have it be, What are you doing? What is going on here? There we go. And have it be a period that, because recoiled in astonishment, like I said, easily conjures this image to me, like, as opposed to, like, no. And then the exclamation adds an air of drama to it. It has this, I will do no such thing, as opposed to, I will do no such thing. Very flat kind of thing. And like I said, if you take out that, I promise. I think if that's what you intended, that would work a bit better for me. Oh no, I'm doing it again. Okay. Ibrahim is a failure of a lich in the best way possible. Very true. I mean, it depends on what you count as failure, because he's still a lich. He still lives forever and puts his soul in a phylactery. He just goes about it in a more fun way than everybody else. Maybe it's tough love. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, Magistrate Ironlong. I really need to get Ibrahim and Miguel out of the apartment and out to explore Barcelona. Amazing. I mean, if all the stories have been in the apartment so far, they've all still been fantastic and engaging. They don't even have to leave the house to be awesome and engaging. Drowning Devil says, I liked it, but yeah, I did not see too much love. Fair. Rick just also implies rigid, like rigor mortis. That's true, yeah. Muscles tightening and pulling the lips back and mouth open. Gotcha. That is spooky. That is a spookier grin than I thought it was. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah, so I guess maybe it's more of a, like, fake grin or creepy grin at his parents, or put on grin. Drowning Devil, I laughed out loud at the Mama Papa line. Nice. Joker grin, yeah, that's true. Iriam wears really loud colors to overcompensate for the dullness of his senses after he became undead. Aww. No, that's an even deeper and more and sadder, but more fun to play with as a writer and reader explanation than him just, being flamboyant and liking colors. So is it like, to us, we'd be like, that is a garish neon green. But to him, it's just like a nice green, a nice light green that's not garishly neon because his, sight itself is dulled. Is that one of the things that's going on? There's your meow. Liches bring new meaning to the phrase, raising a family, raising the dead. Amazing. When will you introduce me to a little apprentice? Okay, Mark says, I read it as the second one as well, which also reads much funnier to me. Gotcha. No, because Poppy is more like daddy than dad. Miguel refuses to call Ibrahim that because he's like, no. Very fair. Well, I already said what could help that reading, but, I don't know about that one. Lenny says it could just as easily have called it Papa's Little Lich. That, I don't know if that's what you meant, but it very much reads to me as a play on Papa's Little Bitch, to me. That is a very different connotation than not my Papa's Lich. Kind of the opposite. Motion to call Drowning Devil DD. Yeah, we can maybe do that. Exactly, that's how Ibrahim sees his clothes. Oh, interesting. That makes... He's already so much fun, but now I've got some interesting depth in there. Are there other things that he does too that, because of his senses, listens to super loud music? That would be fun to read too. Another apartment story where he's just blasting his music and the neighbors are like, turn that down! And he's like, oh, it's like, I can barely hear it, Aw. Mako. I had a friend who was colorblind, so he'd paint his house and furniture in the most garish colors he could to troll his guests. Amazing. Yes, that's great. You eat extremely spicy food just to taste anything. Nice. That's great. Does Miguel, like, sometimes accidentally eat some and then, like, spend the rest of the night on the toilet?
What is it, kitty? I don't think you want out. I don't think you know yourself.
Aw, no, so I had him cook once and he drowned his paella in paprika because he couldn't taste it. Aw. Yeah, he eats Carolina Reapers like it's nothing. Now I feel like you could do some sort of competition, like all his friends, all his human friends, if he has any, are just like, yeah, like, let's see who can handle the most spicy food. And then he just, like, keeps eating it and has no reaction. And then at the end, he, like, downs multiple Carolina Reapers and everyone's like, you okay, man? No, I'm not. This was absolutely fantastic, Masa. I loved seeing more of Ibrahim. I would love to continue to see more in the future. I think you did an awesome job with this. Oh, I guess the other thing I was going to say about the loving Eldritch parents is that I guess you could do, you would probably have to, I assume you're at 350. You would have to take something or other out to do this, but I do think you could have it be that they have some, like, doting actions, that their words are very nagging, but their actions could be very nice and doting. Like, it could be, Mom could do the thing where she licks her finger and, like, is wiping gunk off his face, or something, or, she, like, tries to smooth Miguel's hair or something, or Dad notices something out of place and puts it the right way or something like that. I guess those could be interpreted as nagging too, because I guess they could be like, oh, your appearance isn't how I want it to be, so I'll fix it. So I guess maybe that wouldn't quite work, but there's probably, yeah, like, you could do pats. Like, yeah, you could have them come in and, like, pat his head lovingly or something like that. Or, I don't know, give him flowers for his apartment or something like that. You could have them have actions that are small and don't take a lot of words, that show some love but still keep the funny nagging, to maybe show the prompt a little better. But it's not too bad. It still was very clearly written for that prompt, and the story is an absolute delight. So thank you so much for submitting. Let us go on. Hey, I have 52 seconds left. Okie dokie. Let's go on to Marx's story. Marx, I remember. So, do you want me to read, what kind of voice do you want me to give the prince? Because I could give him a normal voice, which is kind of how I've been reading him, or I could give him kind of a dumb voice, so that it could kind of be like, are you a witch? Like, something like that. I could give him a more gallant, are you a witch, my lady? That kind of voice. So, I'm curious if you have a preference of any sort, imbo it up. Is that the dumb voice? The, are you a witch? Alright, if that's the request. Okay, time to restart the timer. She's an angel with the dust of the stars in her eyes. Cinderella, by Marx. I was warned of my magic's limitations. I used way too much in cursing my family. It'll be weeks before I'm even close to full power. I have no regrets. I'm free of them. It's only a matter of time before I'm queen. I'm happy. There's nothing currently I even need magic for. Are you a witch? I slowly turn to my husband. What makes you ask such a question, my prince? He looks up thoughtfully. Well, you have that magic slipper and the talking birds. Those were gifts. The prince nods. From your fairy godmother, right. But Doesn't magic have a price? I clench my teeth. This is wrong. Sure, give the prince a sword and he'll slay any beast before him. But when it came to common sense, he wasn't the brightest. Usually. Magic works differently for fairies, my prince. Why do you question me so? This isn't like you. He looks away. I'm sorry, my love. Even if you were a witch, you'd still own my heart. But my mother worries. My eyes narrow. Your mother? She's just cautious. Does she have any other questions? He turns back to me. Actually, My love, are you okay? He steadies me as I sway. I look up at him breathlessly. I'm sorry. I'll tell you all I know, but my corset, I think it's much too tight. I have a faint. Please, free me, my prince. His eyes bulge, my décolletage catching his attention. You want me to... Won't you please save me? I look deeply into his eyes as he looks into mine. Well, that was an immensely fun distraction. It can't work every time, though. Still, as my prince snores softly next to me, I think he meant what he said. He would love me, witch or not. His mother, on the other hand, I need to get her on my side, preferably without magic, as she's already suspicious. But if she remains difficult, well, I've come too far, sacrificed too much to lose this. I might have to become queen sooner than I planned. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. And I'm very curious if that was the voice you were hoping for when you said himbo it up. I apologize if not. But I hope it was good. It's fun to be able to get to use my queen voice, my evil lady voice. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung. Alright. This was very fun. Fun in a dark way. I love that you are continuing this line of Cinderella stories. I don't know how long the line has been unbroken, but I know at least for 3 weeks that Marx has been writing all in Cinderella's universe, or not all, but at least one story in Cinderella's universe. So that's been a lot of fun, and I loved getting to see the continuation of everything that's been going on. Okay, well, I guess you can see the prompt, but if you did not see it there, feel free to guess what the prompt was for this one. I love that voice for him, Kayla. You did great. I'm glad to hear that. 3 weeks, I think. All right, so I got it right. And so, yes, thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. The himbo voice is very Napoleon Dynamite. I have not seen that, actually. I like it. Nice. But yeah, as for the prompt, I actually thought the prompt was Mother of Monsters. It's not, I'll tell you that, but I was like, oh, like this is about, Cindy being a monster, and that, kind of being what we're talking about a little bit, and, this is about her mother. But that's not what it is. So I'm curious if you guys also misguessed, or if you guessed right. It's totally what I was thinking. You mean about the Napoleon Dynamite? Nice. But I guess I'll just say it now. I'm not seeing any answers, but the prompt is a different kind of war. And the questions are, I had this idea for this story since I've been on the Cinderella kick. Just the idea of her having everything she wants, and then to run into problems she has to solve without magic, when most of her problems beforehand were easily solved with it. Different kind of war stood out to me as a way to do it justice, especially with the ending. As for questions, I don't think I have any for this one, short of if you enjoyed the story, and like last week, if you read both stories, which do you think should be eligible? Well, in this case, it would be if you read 5 stories, which one you want to be eligible, right? Yes, so that is very fun. That's great. And I do like that. I don't know if I fully... So, multiple thoughts on the prompt that I guess I'll start with. So at first, especially because I got it wrong, I was like, a different kind of war? That doesn't seem to fit to me. Like, Mother of Monsters seems to fit so much better to me. But, as usual, I talked to some other folks, and they pointed out the multiple different uses of the prompt. And so a friend of mine pointed out that there actually are multiple uses of a different kind of war. There's the curse on the family. There's the dialogue itself, is its own kind of war. There's the distraction, being a different kind of war. And then there's the planning ahead for the future, which definitely made me like it for the prompt a lot more, seeing all those different ways. And then you pointed out another way, which is that using not magic, that she has been fighting with magic, and now she has to not use magic. And I do really like that. I love... I think that makes for some of the best, I don't know, scenes or arcs or stories when characters are, like, super powerful in one way or another, and that power is inhibited, or for whatever reason they can't use it. And so this thing that is, I don't know, their OP thing, their end-all be-all, the reason that they always win every fight, now they can't use it. And so seeing what the character will do when they can't use the main weapon in their arsenal is always really fun, and I love seeing stories and scenes like that. And it is interesting because there are some stories where a character is really OP or is just really strong, and it can actually get boring when that character just keeps solving issues the same way over and over again, or you automatically know, of course, they're going to win because they're that powerful. And so it can actually be super important sometimes to keeping the audience engaged doing that and showing, okay, I know they're super OP, I know, they like to solve their problems this way, but this time they can't. And now the readers will be like, ooh, well, this is something I'm into. So I think that is a fantastic idea to do, and definitely I'll write that down as a potential challenge, because that could be fun to do as a challenge. Oops, not there. So make your character not able to use their main power / weapon to solve the problem. Because I think you could do that. Those of us who have larger universes can do that for like a single scene for a story. Is just like, okay, I know this character uses this power all the time, but they can't. They can't use, or they can't use their powers in general for this issue. That, anyways, I assume this is another line from the song that your titles have been from. That is fun. So, this is a story that I read to my dad, and I'm glad that I did, because I know what's going on in this universe, in this story, but he doesn't. And so that means that he was able to show me where somebody who doesn't know what's going on might get confused. And so the main places where he got a little lost were, or not exactly lost, but a little bit confused, were at the beginning. So, when it said my family, he got a little confused because he was like, the prince is her family. And so did she curse the prince? Not realizing, oh, it's referring to a different family. And I do think that could be quite easily fixed just by saying, I used way too much in cursing my stepmother and stepsisters. And you actually, the word way is a little modern, and so you could take that word out to help you have the necessary words for it. So I used too much in cursing my stepmother and stepsisters. And then we know, okay, that's not the prince, that's not the mother-in-law. And then the other thing that he didn't quite get is that he thought free of them meant that they're dead, that she ended up killing them. And I totally get that. I totally get that interpretation. And if I had not read the previous story, I do think I would have thought the same thing. I would have been like, okay, they are dead, but it's actually potentially worse than that. They are in fact cursed. And the other thing, this is actually confusion that I had personally, which is that, so it says it's only a matter of time before I'm queen. Well, generally, especially in fantasy stories, when the king becomes king, you become queen. And so that was what I was thinking. That I was like, oh, okay, like she's, you know, when Prince becomes king, she'll be queen and all will be great. And I guess maybe that still is what's going on. That could be what's going on at the end, that it's like, okay, mother-in-law is the queen, but if we get her out of the picture, then Prince will become king and I will become queen. But, and I could be misinterpreting this, but the last line feels more to me like she's gonna kill the prince too. Like, it's not just, oh, you know, I'm gonna get rid of mother-in-law. It seems like I'm gonna get rid of Princey Boy here, and I'm gonna be the sole ruler. And I was informed that in real life, it works differently. That in real life, it is, that, like, even if your husband is the king, that does not mean you are the queen. It doesn't even mean that you're in line for succession. And if that's more of what you were going for, I feel like I need a little more, because I am much more familiar with fantasy kings and queens than I am real kings and queens. And so I think that being a little clearer about, yeah, she means to kill the prince too, because, and she wants to be the sole ruler, I think would be helpful, because my mind goes immediately to, oh, when he's king, she'll be queen, and that's all she wants. But I guess part of it just comes from, you know, if I know her, she doesn't want to share. She doesn't want to share that power. But anyways, I am curious what other folks, especially newcomers, thought of the beginning. I'm a little torn on it. I quite like it, and I do think as far as sequels go, as far as references to the past stories goes, this one works quite well. It is not super confusing, at least in my book, and it as we said before, it actually fits the prompt that the curse is a different kind of war, and so I do think that it works, and it does show us, oh hey, I don't need to use magic for a while. Oh wait, maybe I do, kind of thing. But at the same time, her cursing her family, you don't have the words to fully explain it, and it isn't really that important to the rest of the story. I guess it does show, yo, she's the bad guy here. Yo, she put a curse on her family. Maybe she's not the best. So I guess that is important. That might not be properly conveyed without it. But all that said, I do see a potential for confusion in the fact that that family isn't really important to the story, and the curse that they are given isn't really important to this particular story. So I'm a little torn, and I'm curious what you guys think of that. And I do like oh wow, like, I'm happy, things are good. And then immediately it's like, you know, it's like, oh, there's nothing I need my magic. Are you a witch? You know, immediately something comes up where she might need her magic for it, which is a lot of fun. And I do really like this after the last story that I read where stepmom is like, she's a witch, and the prince is like, she's my wife now, basically. And so I like that, you know, I don't know that it could just be his mom. It could just be his mom that is making him ask this. But I kind of like the idea that those words of the stepmom are percolating in his empty little head. and he's going, you know, are you a witch? And he's like, I'm fine with it. It's hot. But are you though? I like that. I think that is a great line to get the reader interested in the story, even if you don't know the universe. It's like, ooh, are you a witch? Well, now I want to know, kind of thing. And I guess that also adds to adds a something in the pro column for the intro, which is that she cursed somebody, and so that tells you probably she is a witch. Maybe, just maybe, she is. And then I enjoy the conversation that she's like, you know, why are you asking? And she's like, oh, but they're gifts. It's not my power. And this is something I was talking about in my review of the last story, that that I like that in this version it is Cinderella's power. I think that adds an interesting element to the Cinderella story, because in most versions of the story that I have seen or read, she is very much subject to the whims of others. That whether it be the whims of the stepmother, the whims of the fairy godmother, or the whims of the prince, she is kind of tossed about by what other people want and what other people are able to do. And that does make for an interesting story, and it does make for, you know, you really feel for the underdog kind of thing. But I do think it's really interesting to have this character who was powerless, who was tossed about by others, who suddenly has power of her own. And it makes a lot of sense as to why she would very easily go villain with it, why she would very easily want more power. That she that she had nothing, and so now that she has something, it's very addictive, and she wants to keep going with it and get more. And I do think it gives a lot of agency to her character in the story overall, which I really like. And so it's fun to see that actually being discussed in the story and being like, oh, it's not mine. They're gifts, when they're not. Okay, so this line here contains my biggest critique for the story, and hopefully I can explain it okay, but there are multiple things that make it read odd, and it is mainly just this phrasing here. So, I clench my teeth. This is wrong. Sure, give the prince a sword. It doesn't really follow. I know that ultimately we're gonna get there. Ultimately we're gonna get to, oh hey, like, this is wrong, goes to this, like, that it's wrong because he usually is dumb, and now today he's not dumb, and that's wrong. But it takes a while to get there, and it seems like almost a non sequitur, that it's like, this is wrong. Okay, why is it wrong? Sure, give the prince a sword. You know, it doesn't really follow very well. And then, sure, give the prince a sword and he'll slay any beast before him. But when it came to common sense, he wasn't the brightest. It does, like, I do get what's going on there, that's saying, oh, like, he's really strong, he's really good in feats of heroism and valiance and stuff, but, you know, when it comes to common sense, he's not the brightest. But the phrasing doesn't really mirror each other. Not only that, the tenses don't mirror each other. So this is in present tense, give the prince, well, future tense actually, that give the prince a sword and he will slay any beast. But when it came to common sense, past tense, he wasn't the brightest. So the two tenses don't match up, and so that leads to some incongruity. And then it doesn't mirror in the sense of, I think it would work if you did something like, sure, give the prince a sword and he'll slay any beast before him, but give him a logic problem and he won't be able to solve it. You know, however you want to phrase that. But just that phrasing of give him a, and then, you know, do that. I think that would work quite well. But it kind of feels like the sentence dropped the ball, that it goes from, oh, sure, give the prince a sword, he'll slay any beast before him. But when it came to common sense, he wasn't the brightest. And maybe that's the point. Maybe it's supposed to be a little awkward. But that sentence really, really threw me a lot. And so I do think that just being more direct about it and saying something like, I clenched my teeth, this is wrong. He shouldn't be asking these questions. And even, I do think, even just adding that would help. Like, you could do something like, you know, I clenched my teeth, this is wrong. He shouldn't be asking these questions. Sure, give the prince a sword and he'll slay any beast it comes to common sense, he's not the brightest. it's still, we still have the issue of this still being a bit awkward, but it would help a lot so that it wouldn't be as awkward if we had that in there. But I think it would be even better to just do something like, I clench my teeth, this is wrong. He shouldn't be asking these questions. When it came to he shouldn't have been, I guess. I guess that's in, no, it is in present tense, actually. Okay. So, I clench my teeth, this is wrong. He shouldn't be asking these questions. When it comes to common sense, my prince isn't the brightest. Like, usually. I think that would be a lot clearer, at least for me, personally. Yeah, I just see what Makogan says. In battle, he was a genius. In conversation, not so much. Yeah, exactly. That would be another way to do that mirroring quite well, and do it with less words. All that being said, I do like the usually, I do like the beat, you know. He wasn't the brightest. Beat. Usually. Beat. You know, something's wrong here. I do think that's fun. This one isn't as bad, but I do have a little critique / confusion that happened with this line as well. So I get now that it's saying, you know, oh, you got them from your fairy godmother, right? But doesn't magic have a price? Magic works differently for fairies, as in it worked differently for my fairy godmother if there was no price to pay. But especially because we have this all in the middle, it honestly ended up reading to me as her saying she was a fairy, saying, magic works differently for fairies like me, like that kind of thing, as opposed to it works differently for fairies, as in my fairy godmother. I don't know if that was just a me problem. My dad did have that issue as well, but that was a slight clunkiness that I found as well. I'm not sure exactly how you could fix that other than if they were right next to each other. I think it would be okay. What else? This would add words, but something like, your godmother giving you a gift doesn't have a price. Something like that, I think, would work a little, would not have that confusion to me. But I do really like, and hopefully I was reading it right, but I do like the fact that she kind of seems to be, like, sweet and nice, and like, why are you asking me these questions, dear prince, in her dialogue, but inside, you know, she's all villain, and that's fun to play with. And I do like, you know, he is a sweet little man that he's just like, oh, even if you were a witch, I'd still love you, but, you know, my mom worries. It's like, your mom, you say, I love ya. You know. Yeah, this is just a cute line that I like, and I like the mounting tension of, like, your mother, you say, does she have any other questions? And we slowly are realizing maybe we need to get rid of her. I think that is a great tension to the story, a great build up to the story. I like that a lot. I'm also wondering, I did not notice this at first, this took multiple readings to get, but when I read, does she have any other questions? It very much read to me as gathering intel, that it's like, what all is she asking? You know, is she just like, you know, oh, is she just wondering absent-mindedly, or is she like, is she on to me? 'Cause if she's on to me, we have a problem on our hands. And so it seems like, okay, what questions is she asking? And so it actually does seem a little bit odd that she's like, does she have any other questions? Which seems like a question she would want to hear the answer to. And then that's the question that she distracts him on. It kind of works because I guess, like, maybe the answer that she got in that actually she was enough. It's like, oh yeah, she does have more questions, but it doesn't feel like enough to me to say, oh yeah, she needs to be disposed of. She has other questions. So it's a slightly odd that she seems to be gathering intel and then refuses to hear that intel. But like I said, that's only something I noticed on multiple reads. Oh,
kitty. He's so cute.
I think the distraction works well. We will come back to that in a second. So, I have a critique here, which is, it's an odd critique, because the thing is, you avoided the problem because it wasn't real. Because her corset is not actually too tight. She just wants to do the sexy times with him. And so this is her segue, her building up to that is like, oh, my dress is too tight. Won't you take it off for me? Kind of thing. And so it ends up avoiding the real problem with that. But I did think this might still be something interesting to talk about, because it is a thing in writing in general to consider, which is that, personally, I really dislike the stereotype that is used very often in like fantasy stories and period pieces and stuff like that, historical pieces, I mean, that corsets were horrible things that nobody could ever breathe in. Because corsets were basically like the bras of the past. They were something that everybody wore, and they were not meant to be, if they were so uncomfortably tight that you are fainting and you can't breathe, there's a problem. And that's not to say that those problems never occurred. There were some people that did cinch them up too tight because they wanted their waist to be shorter. I'm not saying that problem was completely non-existent, but there is this stereotype that corsets were this horrible thing, that, it is a punishment to force a modern girl to wear one of them. No, they were great. They're a great little piece of clothing that was very necessary and helpful, and no, they do not automatically always cause people to faint and not be able to breathe. And so using something like this in this kind of story is, in a way, perpetuating that stereotype. And like I said, it ends up avoiding the true stereotype because it's not too tight. It is just her saying that, it's her faking it. But it using, that piece of clothing, in a way, also still does perpetuate the stereotype. And so I do think that you could have done the same thing, but said something like dress, and, just said, my dress is too tight, help me out of it, that kind of thing. And so, I don't know, it's just something that can come up in different ways, that there can be stereotypes like this one, that it's like, okay, it's not that harmful to people to perpetuate the stereotype, but, it's still not something that personally I enjoy seeing perpetuated, and so it's something to think about as we write. But anyways, I am curious, because I interpreted this as very deliberate from the beginning, that like all the way from here, she's like, all right, it's go time, it's sexy time. All right, Prince, help me out of my clothes. And then she says, free me and save me. I was thinking those were supposed to be fairy tale innuendos, that it was, or kind of a not an inside joke, but like an inside innuendo with the two of them specifically, that Cinderella traditionally is a character that needs to be saved, and so like her being like, oh, save me, is like seductive to him. I especially thought that because he basically has to ask permission, and I guess like maybe he still would ask permission if it was like, oh, you want me to take your clothes off? You sure about that? But it definitely read to me as like, am I reading you right? Are we ready for the sexy times? Is that what we're asking for here? And she's like, yes, that is what we're asking for here. That was my timer. But somebody else I was talking to had the interpretation that it was just more of, oh, like a lady taking off her jacket to reveal a very revealing shirt, and now her man ain't thinking about whatever he was talking about before, and it just happened to lead to the sexy times. I'm curious of what was the intended effect. It works either way. And I think that this is a good example of how to do what I'm apparently just calling the sexy times, because I think it's a fun way to refer to it. But this is a good way to do that and have it be not too much for me and have it be this fade to black and stuff like that. I think you did a great job with that. And her next reaction works well, and it makes sense that it's like, yeah, that worked, but I'm not gonna be able to do that every time, and stuff. I do think that there could have been other potential options for her to get some alone time to think. You know, any distraction would have worked to get him off the subject. And she could have done something like, oh, I need to, like, you know, leave to go get something and walk down the halls or write in her journal or something like that. But it works as is as well. And it is kind of like I was saying before, it's neat that he is genuine. I am also curious how she feels about him, if he is just a pawn. That's kind of how I've been viewing their relationship, that she thinks of him as a pawn to manipulate, doesn't really care about him. But it would be interesting if she does care about him on some level. Oh yeah, so I remembered, I had this AU idea for you that I was like, I have to bring up to you, which is that I'm assuming that he either does not find out that she's a witch before he dies, or he does find out and he's like, evil, bad, don't like it. Could be why he dies. But it would be really fun if she reveals everything to him. She reveals, yep, I'm a witch, sold my soul to a demon, this is who I am, I'm kind of a villain. And if he was into it, he's like, that's hot. And if they like teamed up, if they became the villain power couple that together, I think that would be a cute AU. There is a question regarding the magic situation, which is that she says here, okay, I need to get her on my side, preferably without magic. But didn't she say at the beginning that she can't? That, you know, she's not even close to full power, so I'm presuming that she can't really use her magic right now. So it does work, but there's a slight question there of like, well, what do you mean preferably without magic? You can't do magic right now, right? And I do think it's interesting that having read what I read about Cindy, I feel like my mind immediately would go to murder, but I guess she hasn't directly killed anyone yet. She's maimed people, she's cursed people, but she hasn't killed directly. So maybe that's part of why she thinks of the more benign option first and then the murder time. But I do think it's interesting that she does think of the more benign option of like, okay, I need to get her on my side and let's not use some magic. Let's, you know, she's suspicious of me. Let's get her to like me. That's fun. And I look forward to hopefully seeing her, you know, trying to kiss some butt, her trying to get her on her side without magic. That if you intend to write that will be fun to read. And I like the ending. I think it works really well. Going, either befriend or behead. And it's very dramatic. Works really well as an ending. Like it a lot. Let's see what folks have been saying. Mom, are you a witch? Me wearing a cloak and bone necklace while stirring a cauldron inside a pentagram. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, incredible. The mom is fairy godmother from Trek 2 vibes. Interesting. So you're thinking the mom is evil too, then? Interesting. Men wore corsets too. I haven't heard a whole lot about that. He's no longer making eye contact. I'm not sure what... Oh, do you mean that, Oh, that she was trying to use her magic to, like, prod into his mind, and then he looks away. He's not looking at her, and so that's why she resorts to different measures or abandons her line of questions. Interesting. Let's go over here. Norman, I like the direction to not make her too magic reliant. She's conniving and devious after all. People like that are plenty dangerous as is. Very true. Very true. When I wrote that, the plan was for me to only have two stories. Nice.
Sneezy baby. Oh, I need to get the goops off your face now. Baby. Baby goop.
Oh, Bella. So cute. It was designed to be her winning multiple battles in the war to become queen. Oh, interesting. I'm still curious what that means for the prince's fate. If it's like, he's still alive and she wins these battles, and then they're like, I think we like her better. I think we want her to be the queen, not you. Like, maybe not. Maybe you step down. The lyrics were from the song when Cinderella's dancing with the prince at the ball. Oh, nice. Deathstead says, oh, I assume the stepmother and stepsisters were dead as well. Gotcha. Very fair. Now they're blinded and cursed to never be happy again. Amazing. Nah. Just blinded and cursed to never be happy again. And they're missing some parts of their feet. I meant that she's going to kill the king and queen. The prince isn't a threat. She doesn't need to kill him. Okay, so it is that fantasy version of, okay, when prince becomes king, I become queen then? Is that correct? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of the king being alive. I very much thought that the implication was that only the queen was alive. Tense thing was very fair, actually. Yeah, it might have just been a mistake. No, Mako has to wait a whole hour for the next bus. That sucks. Norman, I'm imagining him fumbling with the corset, not being able to unlace it, and becoming more frustrated by the second. Amazing. That's another skill the prince has along with fighting. Amazing. Yep, corset's part lingerie, part weight belt. Exactly. Narc says, the corset thing is fair, though. I can keep that in mind. Fair enough. So, I can look more into it, but Hellenic has a little thing here. Gonna stop you right there. The whole reason we stopped wearing corsets was because doctors discovered they deformed women's bodies over time. The whole reason women got the stereotype of fainting was because corsets legitimately did restrict breathing enough that if a woman got overexcited, she could faint from lack of air. I can look more into it. I think that both things are true. That it can be that, like, hey, like, some of them did cinch them up too tight, and some of them did end up deforming women's bodies or not being able to breathe. But that doesn't mean that was everything. That doesn't mean that happened to all women. That doesn't mean that happened with all corsets. And like I said, I really should have watched the videos that I've watched on it before, but I am certain that is not the whole story. That actual fashion historians that I've listened to have said, like, hey, they are not these evil things that always did that there was more to them than that. And if I can find those videos later, I will try and post them in one of the chats. But yeah, I am certain that even if that is indeed true, even if that is part of the story, that is not the whole story. I am certain of that. Mark says, the prince took it literally, like he thought she needed to be saved and was attempting to save her and got distracted. Okay, so he didn't, he wasn't smart enough to get the innuendo. That's fun. What? Because this was it stated they were on horseback during the story? I thought they were in their room. I thought they were just, because they were on horseback in the last story, and if this is a direct sequel, then yes, they would be. But I very much got the image of, oh yeah, we're just in the room chatting. I guess it doesn't state anything about the the setting, but I very much thought of them like sitting in bed together and talking. Yeah, doesn't say. Hello, Bitzer. Welcome, welcome. And now I sleep. I'm still on the fence about her feelings for the prince. Very fair, very fair. Her magic is slowly returning, so she might be able to do little spells in a few weeks. That's also fair. Very fair. Marx, the only reason I didn't mention the king is that he wasn't important for the story. Interestingly enough, she does fully intend for the prince to be a figurehead as she rules in the background initially. They're definitely in their bedroom, as funny as this happening on horseback would be. Indeed, indeed. Alrighty, room. Well, I have a question for, let me think. I guess I'll go on next. I really did assume that this was directly after the last story with her being slumped against him as they rode off. I guess that is one of the dangers of of writing a direct sequel, is that if it's not intended to be directly after the last one, that can be an issue.
Oh, kitty.
Okie dokie. Let us go. Thank you so much for submitting, Mark. So that was great. Let us go on to deedle-a-doo. Deedle-a-doo, decoy. Decoy story. Oh yeah, she wouldn't have met the queen at that point. That's a good point. Maybe that's why I imagine they were in the bedroom and that time had passed. Okie dokie. Let's do this. The duties of a caretaker. The real decoy. I am head midwife to the mother of monsters, Lady Echidna of the Theonic Citadel. In case I am stricken, follow these instructions. Each morning, take fresh feed to Echidna. Once we were blessed with murderers, blasphemers, gutless pacifists, but we emptied the prisons of their ilk. Now we have debtors, petty thieves, hereditary criminals, and such. Lady Echidna devours them. Bones, hair, nails, nothing is wasted. There's nothing to remove, though swilling the floor out with the water bucket will displace various biles and viscera. Note, her ladyship prefers the feed to be conscious. Occasionally, feed are overcome by her divine presence. Use water from the buckets or the smelling salts. A light stupor is fine. The delivery itself is wondrously easy. Simply remove the spawn and collect them in their cages. They're as slippery as they look, so be sure to wear gloves. Some may have already developed teeth, another reason why the leather and chainmail must be donned. Bring them to the basin of sanctification. Use the blade there to cut open any unbroken eggs, larvae, or epidermis. No other knife will cut them. Do not misplace it. Once all are freed, take them to the wet nurses. Do not look them in the eye. The wet nurses have attained their own spark of divinity, and gazing upon them will leave you little more than feed. Once the young have fed, they are to be divided amongst the schema. Aquatics are taken to the bitter pool. The winged must be housed within the rook's aviary. Mammalia are corralled within the sapphire den. All will have elements of each. Your discretion will be paramount. True chimera are rare, but should you encounter one, it is best let it choose. Most can speak within 3 to 6 hours, though careful you are not subject to a mesmer. Do not listen to the snakeheads. In the evening, you shall have time to eat, read, and proclaim your oaths. Always praise her ladyship first. Forever hers, in eternal servitude, head midwife Millicent. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Kim. And Magistrate Ironlung. How we doing with regards to getting that 4th story unlocked? Marx, I get you. This was meant to be a few days after their wedding or so. They go, well, I had no idea they were married. Nice. Alrighty. This was great, Deco. I greatly enjoyed it. I I don't think I need to have you guys guess because the prompt is right there. But yes, this is for Mother of Monsters. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. This reminds me of those I have to follow these odd rules at this job. Creepypastas. 10 out of 10. Nice. But yes, this was a very fun story and a very fun story structure. I liked it a lot. I will ask, first of all, what you guys thought of the story structure. That I did hear from someone that there was a potential for this to feel like too much like instructions to feel like a story, and too much like a story to feel like instructions. And so I'm curious if you guys had those vibes, or if you were more on one side or the other. You were like, this is a great story, or this is great instructions, or both. Just curious what you guys thought of the story structure itself. If it worked for you, if it didn't work for you. 65% of the way to 4. Nice. I think we can do it. But personally, I enjoyed it. Personally, I enjoyed the story structure. There are some ways that you could have made it more heavily on the instructions if that was needed. Like, you could do it as, like, one, each morning take fresh feed to Echidna, and then have this be its own paragraph and talk a little about that instruction. And then you could do, 2, use the water buckets to displace the vials, note, and then 3, remove the spawn. Something like that could work. But like I said, personally, it worked for me as is. I do like I like the idea in general of, there's this creature, this mother of monsters, and we don't really know why she's here or what she's about, but this is my job now. And having this midwife to the mother of monsters, I think, is a very interesting idea that I think you executed quite well. I like once we were blessed with murderers, immediately you're like, what? How could you be blessed with murderers? And then you realize, I see. She likes her bad boys. She likes to eat the bad ones. And it is interesting how it goes murderers and blasphemers, and so you're like, okay, like this is like the worst of sinners, and then gutless pacifists. So basically, I am curious, because either gutless pacifist means that they couldn't kill for their ideals, or it's saying they were pacifists who weren't pacifists enough, that they were too gutless to actually follow on through their goals of pacifism, and they fell to murdering. They fell to war because they didn't have the gut to go forward with peace. Regardless of what it is, it's an interesting thing. It's totally different, and I do really like it when a list goes normal thing, not so normal thing. I do think that's a lot of fun. If it is the former, though, if it is like pacifists who didn't have the guts to murder for their goals or something like that, they would be the same as the murderers. So a question I had, but a fun line. And then I also am curious what hereditary criminals means. I'm guessing that means like your father sinned, so you're a criminal now. It's like, but I didn't do anything wrong. Well, it's too bad. Tell it to your dad. But I'm not quite sure. And anyways, I really like this idea of like, we had, these, the worst of sinners, and they made some great food, and now we have like lesser sinners, and they're okay. They're not as tasty, kind of thing. I like the image of her just like completely devouring everything about them. Nice and monstrous. I like that a lot. I do think that this sentence here could be a little bit smoother, because there's kind of this element of there's nothing to remove, but you've got to remove the bile and viscera. So it's kind of like, well, there is something to remove. So I think that something like, there are no remains to remove, though the floor will require a good rinsing, I think it's less words and would be a bit clearer. I do like a little note in the middle of the letter. I think that's great in keeping up the letter format. And then I like the monstrousness of, oh, she wants them to be awake, because she doesn't just want to eat people asleep. She wants them to know that they're being eaten, and that adds to the horror of everything. And a light stupor is fine, is great. I am curious because there is some potential for getting confused here, which is that, yes, like the delivery can mean delivering the baby, but I can totally see, because everything else above this is about food, how it can be delivering the food is easy. Like, here's how you deliver the food, open the hatch, put the criminal in, there you go. So I'm curious if anybody got confused at that part, or if it was fine for you. They are slippery as they look is interesting. That adds to like, I don't know if I like that feeling. And then some have already developed teeth. Like, again, that absolutely adds to the horror, that they are just born and already have teeth and might bite you. That's really something. Let's see. I do like, the idea of like the blade and the eggs and stuff. But I'm curious why the word epidermis is used here. So as far as I know, epidermis just means skin. And so it kind of seems like, okay, like some of the eggs are unbroken, you gotta cut the baby out, all right. You gotta cut the larvae out, which that's a little odder, because I don't know if you mean cocoon there, because the larvae also would be like, just cut the creature. Cut the creature itself. And then same with the epidermis, is just like, here you go. Like, if you had a human baby and you were like, cut the epidermis, it's like, so just cut its skin at random? Like, why are we cutting the skin here? So there is a question there, but I do like the idea, and it adds to, I don't know, the rawness of what's going on here. And I like the do not misplace it, because it leaves you wondering, oh, what's gonna happen if you misplace it? But you don't need to know, it's just the instructions. So the instructions are, don't misplace it, and we don't need to be told why, even though we want to be, for it to work. And then I like the do not look them in the eye. That's always a great, horrific little thing. I am curious, though, because it says they've attained their own spark of divinity, and gazing upon them will leave you little more than feed. Well, Lady Echidna is definitely divinity, not just a spark of divinity. But there has been no mention that you can't look at her. And this is an instruction manual for being her midwife. And so you'd think, if you cannot look Echidna in the eye, then that would be mentioned, but it's not. And so I do like this idea of, like, you can't look, even the wet nurses in the eye. I do enjoy that. But it does add this question of, if they only have a spark and you can't look in the eye, what happens when you look in the eye of an actual goddess? And so if you can't look Echidna in the eye, then I think that should be mentioned as well. And then I do think I really like the idea of this paragraph here, like that feels, I don't know, I like the idea of, okay, like, you're gonna get these chimerical babies, and you have to pick which trait is the most prominent. Like, you need to have the good discretion to figure out which one goes where. And then I like this idea of true chimera. I assume that means equal parts of each. Are rare, and if you encounter one, let it choose. Like, it'll grow up faster than all the rest of them, and you don't need to choose for it. It will choose. That's a really neat idea. I like that a lot. The only thing that's a little odd about these different places are Bitter Pool. Okay, that works. Rook's Aviary, that's fine. Sapphire Den. To me, that reads like one of these things is not like the others. And maybe I'm being too harsh on it because the adjectives don't match up. But that one just doesn't seem to fit for me. Bitter pool fits to me. It's like, okay, it's like a pool for water for these water creatures, and it's bitter. Like, that kind of conjures this image of monstrosity and stuff like that. That's like, oh, it's bitter. But sapphire is like this thing of luxury, and a den is this thing of the dirt and stuff like that. And so it doesn't feel like it would be comfy. It especially doesn't feel like it would be comfy to animals, to monster babies. And it could work if it was like, oh, bring them to the emerald pool, the ruby aviary, or the sapphire den. It would just be like, oh, okay, like these are the names. This is how they're named. But having sapphire on its own just really stuck out to me personally, at least. Even if it's not saying, oh, the den is sapphire, it just seems like an odd descriptor to go with the other two descriptors, if that makes sense. I'm also curious what happens if you get it wrong, but that's kind of another one of those things where it's like somebody giving you instructions might not tell you what happens if it goes wrong, but that just kind of makes it more intriguing and spooky, and I like that. So here, it seems to me, this dash seems to be saying to me, okay, be careful you're not subject to a mesmer. A mesmer will have snake heads, and don't listen to them. Those two images are a little disconnected to me, because mesmer to me conjures this image of something that hypnotizes you. It could be this creature that is so beautiful that you are hypnotized by it, or it has the like Jungle Book snake eyes, you know, that will put you into a trance or something like that. I don't really think of, you know, snake heads makes me think of more like Medusa. I don't really think of, you know, obviously because I just used Jungle Book as an example. Snakes can have a mesmerizing quality to them, but especially when you say snake heads, that's not the image that gets conjured to mind for me with the word mesmer. And so I think of being turned to stone for snakeheads, or whispering sweet lies and manipulations for snakeheads. So I feel like this would work better to me without this dash. It was just like, okay, careful you're not subject to mesmer. New topic, don't listen to the snakeheads. Or it could be on its own paragraph for even more drama. Is that a kitty?
Nope, not a kitty.
So maybe I'm being too nitpicky on that, but I was like, okay, mesmer, and I'm kind of honestly thinking of like the mesmer creature from Subnautica. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Don't listen to the snakeheads. Now I have to reform whatever image I had in my head. I really like the always praise her ladyship first. This does run into the issue of using bold in your stories because it means it'll be unbolded in on the stream. And so I do think that that's less poignant when it's the reverse. But I really like that line of like, hey, you know, you're going to do your prayers, do your thing. Make sure you praise your ladyship. And there's a, I don't know, this interesting idea of, you know, praise this creature that you spend every day, you know, tending to. That she is indeed a goddess. And I don't know, I think that's cool. So I think you did a great job with this. Oh yeah, the other thing that I was gonna say is that I don't know how I feel about this first line, because if you are writing a letter, you put your name here. Like, this works as where to put a name. But when you're writing a letter to someone, I don't feel like you would usually start with, I am head midwife Millicent. I think you'd just say, start with, in case I am stricken, follow these instructions. And it might even be more interesting to the reader because, you know, we wouldn't know that she's the mother of monsters. And so we'd be like, oh, okay, take fresh feed to Echidna. Blessed with murderers, what? And slowly learn, aha, she's the mother of monsters as we read the story. Yeah, so it's a little odd that she introduces her name, but didn't immediately stick out to me. Yeah, so I really enjoy using that instruction manual format, and I think the story is really evocative and intriguing and spooky, and I like it a lot. Let's see.
Wolf says, I feel like there's a lost opportunity to have both a midwife and a kidnap being portrayed as caretakers. Just my 2 cents. It sounds less like a kidnap, more like Shub-Niggurath. Interesting. I mean, yeah, it definitely does seem like a kidnap is not taking care of her children, and that is an interesting element. I guess to me, that just makes her seem more indeed like the mother of monsters. She's so monstrous, she doesn't really take care of her kids. she outsources that to everybody else. But that is a fair thought as well. That said, I think answering my question about the instructions versus the story, thought it hit the mark perfectly. Very fair. Giant Devil says, I don't mind it as either, honestly. I just thought the repetitiveness of the words do not were a lot. Interesting. So the little underlined instructions didn't really work for you. That's curious. Be ready to throw hands or go to hell. Oh, you mean if you look into Echidna's eyes? Amazing. But yes, very good story. Oh, they're like sea turtles, as in like laying the eggs on the beach, and then it's like, all right, hope you make it. Hope you make it to the ocean. But yeah, so thank you so much for submitting Decoy. It is now time for our midstream question. So I guess I can still put it on this page. I don't have one prepped, so if you guys have a midstream question, speak now. Say so now. No, the gutless pacifist thing. Oh, be ready to throw hands or go to hell. Gotcha. I mean, I guess that calls into question what a pacifist is, right? Because if you're going with the Aang's definition in Avatar: The Last Airbender, the definition of pacifism to Aang is I can't kill, even if it's the Fire Lord. And so saying a gutless pacifist in well, I guess it makes sense, because I was gonna say, I guess if somebody called Aang a gutless pacifist before, he ended the final battle, I guess that it could be people saying, hey, you need to kill him, you're gutless. Or it could be saying, hey, you don't have the guts to follow through on your pacifism, you're gonna kill him. Like, I guess it could go either way. Yeah, I don't see anybody typing, so anybody have thoughts for questions? Hellenic says, what kind of stories/plots do you think best suit nameless protagonists? So what sorts of stories/plots don't work with nameless protagonists? That's curious. Yeah, I am happy to use that. Can you tell me more about what your definition of a nameless protagonist might be? Oh my, I don't like that. Okay, now I'll have to type it out myself. Okay, make sure it's right. Let's do what kind of story? Oh, yeah, stories/plots. Do you think best suit nameless protagonists? What sort of stories, plots, don't work with nameless protagonists? So I'm assuming you mean something kind of like in a, oh well, I have to write your name down first, actually. Submitted by Hellenic Taoist. I guess there's not a space there, but, I'm guessing you mean like, something like in how video games, like how when you play Bloodborne, you're just a hunter, and I guess like you do name your character, but overall you're pretty much this nameless hunter who goes about doing his thing. Hellenic seems to be quoting something. A protagonist whose name is never mentioned, and usually one who's never acknowledged by any of the characters in the story, regardless of whether they have an active role in the narrative. Interesting. That second part is particularly interesting. to me. Never acknowledged by the other characters. That's fascinating. All right. Well, I will leave you to answer that. And come back in like 5 minutes or so. just gonna stop it. Hello! So actually, I was briefly skimming through the answers, and I actually want to ask Hellenic for some clarification, because I see Hellenic has this thing here. That allowed him to pose the question, all I can think of is Death from the Book Thief. He's never called Death in the story, but the reader figures out pretty quickly that it's him. That makes me wonder, do you mean nameless protagonist, or do you mean nameless narrator? Because those could be the same thing, but could be two different things, because Liesel in the Book Thief, I would call the protagonist, and Death is just the narrator, because he doesn't act upon the story for the most part. He is just telling the story. And that could provide some different answers to your question if you mean a narrator or a character. And that would make more sense as to what you were saying before about, because I was like, what do you mean a character never acknowledged? Yeah, a narrator can definitely not be acknowledged, and Death isn't really acknowledged by the other characters in the book. But Liesel, the protagonist, is. But let's see what, as folks percolate on that, let's see what folks have been saying. Miko says, I guess the best stories for that kind of character are ones with lots of people involved. A war, for example, where any of the thousands, millions of soldiers could have been the protagonist. A story where they are the protagonist but not the hero. Yeah, that definitely would work. Like, you could totally tell the story of a soldier that is meant to kind of read as a nameless soldier that could be anyone. For sure. Yes, it says, one thing that comes to mind is Western's work with nameless protagonists, as Clint Eastwood's character often lacked a name, or had a perfunctory alias mentioned once. Not sure if that's what Hellenic meant, though. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know if it's meant that literally. It could be, and that totally works, you know. But do you mean, like, the range of someone who is a character who is acknowledged by the other characters and has a role to play, they just don't have a name? Or do you specifically mean this more nebulous concept of this character, or maybe you meant narrator, that isn't acknowledged and isn't named but is observing everything? Yeah, Clint Eastwood's characters are definitely not acknowledged. Sure, but, like, unless a character is a ghost or invisible, it's hard not to be acknowledged. Yeah, exactly. Like, in most war movies, novels I've read, the soldiers have friends, enemies, and are acknowledged by others. Yeah, so that's part of what makes me think Hellenic actually meant narrator, because it's very hard for a character, like the actual true character protagonist in the story, to not be acknowledged by the other characters. I admit a protagonist who isn't acknowledged is a very strange concept to me, which is why I have to assume they blend into the crowd and are essentially an NPC to the larger story, hence protagonist but not hero. Indeed. Perhaps I shouldn't have emphasized that point. Fair enough. Yes. I think Junji Ito for a protagonist that's not acknowledged. Uzumaki or Kyo are good examples. I haven't read those, so I can't comment on that. Feel free to ignore that part if you have an interesting example. Fair. I guess I was thinking of a story where the protagonist tries to deliberately remain anonymous, even in the context of the story. Okay, so that could be, like, Clint Eastwood, you know, using an alias, not trying to use his name. Gotcha. Masa, if it's narrator, my answer is so different. Well, go ahead and provide that answer too. If you've already provided your answer for protagonist, then you could provide both if you want. Yeah, it looks like you have. Okay, so Aerith says, I actually find myself often having nameless characters which work well with first-person reflective pieces. Much like my story for this week. Therein, the unnamed character reflects on their experience alone in the wilderness. There, the name is never needed because people don't usually talk about their own name, except when conversing with other people or being addressed by other people. That is very true, that it can work in third person, but it would work best in first person, which is true of Death in the Book Thief as well. But yeah, that the character is probably not going to think their own name. So if nobody talks to them and acknowledges them, you might not get their name. And you could be surprised if you want their name to be a twist. When the focus is on whatever the character is dealing with, the name of the character is overshadowed by the issues being dealt with by that character. Problem is, this does lead to issues if you want a more direction, action-centered piece with other people. In more general terms, it does raise the interesting question, what is in a name? Names are signifiers of people used by other people to refer back to the person in question. So ideally, you want situations where the person doesn't need to be referred to or singled out from others for a nameless protagonist to be the center of the story. Very fair. I'm gonna set a little timer for the midstream question. Masa says, I don't know. I think almost any story, if planned well enough, could work with a nameless protagonist. I read a psychological thriller involving a nameless protagonist that worked incredibly well, especially when the plot twist came about and you found out why she wasn't named in the story. I will agree with Wolf that first person does tend to contribute well to the protagonist being unnamed. I think that was Aerith. But Wolf does usually answer first over there. Most people don't really use their own name, but it's not necessary. Action works reasonably well. Clint Eastwood's spaghetti westerns have protagonists without a name. Tenet had the protagonist literally in the credits called protagonist. Oh, interesting. Having the protagonist unnamed works best with planning. Okay, maybe romance doesn't work as well with an unnamed protagonist. Interesting. But yeah, I was kind of mentioning that before, that you could do some sort of twist, or yeah, it could be a twist of what their name is, or it could be a twist of why they're not named, for sure. And there are times like, I don't know, and don't tell me if it is true, but I don't believe that the Doctor is ever named in anything in Doctor Who at all. And I think it needs to stay that way, because like sometimes there is way more power in not naming a character than naming a character. And so having it be, yeah, it is this strange alien name, and like when it is in that space, it can be anything and everything, and it can be cosmic and eldritch and stuff. But the minute that you actually put syllables to that, it will automatically become not so cool anymore. It will automatically, all those endless eldritch possibilities will suddenly get condensed into these syllables. And so in a case like that, I think there's more power in the namelessness of the character than in naming them. Wolf says, nameless protagonists I see working in multiple scenarios. 1, an amnesiac story, just woke up, who dis. 2, a story where they're a viewpoint character but have no active role. 3, a story centered around revealing the character through the story. And 4, a story where only the character's immediate actions matter. You can obviously play with this. A fairy stole my name, oh no, but those feel more niche to me. That is a great answer. Those are all true. If your character has a history or backstory that influences the story, that character generally must have a name. Could you imagine living in a world where you have all these deep connections, but all you ever hear is stuff like, oh, it's you, and hey, man? It would undermine your sense of self so bad. I think I'll cut off there as I'm starting to get delirious, running on 4 hours of sleep. Aw. I feel for you, man. Oh, thanks for the tags, Death said. Very fair. So Palmothemus' question is, if Kaylee's read the revision, how would you compare that with the one she's reading? Want to make sure I avoid any bad habits in writing. Gotcha. I think his name is the Doctor, but epithets are a whole other factor I didn't consider. I mean, like, I guess it's possible, but it's very clear in like the scene in Silence in the Library when River, whispers his name to him, and he's like, things just got serious. Definitely seems like it's more than just the Doctor, and that kind of thing works for me. Like having somebody else use that name, but we as the audience never learn it, works. No, the Doctor's name is never given. Gotcha. I'm trying to think if... I mean, I guess there's also, kind of going along with what I was saying before, so, like, I have the Bloodborne comics, and one thing that they did that I really didn't like is that there's, like, a scene where they show the hunter's face, and then one of the characters is like, I never know, are you a dude or a girl? I really didn't like that they did either of those things, because it's like, the point of the hunter is that they can be anyone. Like, you make the character, and so, yeah, they can be a girl, a guy, somewhere in between. They could be, they could look like anything and be anyone. And so, to me, the way to do that right is always have them wearing the mask. Like, never have them take that off. And so that's kind of along the lines of the doctor thing, but in a different way than the name itself. That it's like, let this character remain faceless. Let this character be anyone, and any gender and any name, anything. And doing that, to me, makes the story more powerful, and unmasking them, okay, well, now they suddenly have a face, and now it's suddenly called out. And so now it doesn't work so well anymore for that faceless idea. And so I do think it's hard for me to, like, conjure up, okay, which stories does that work best for? I do think that, that Wolf and Mako had some good specific examples of this type of stories what works. Like, I guess that's maybe going back to what I just said, I guess that's a good rule of thumb is, if you want your character to be a stand-in for anybody that, like the hunter in Bloodborne, if you want, you know, a soldier to seem like that soldier could be anyone, then that's when to make them nameless. And if you give them a name and a personality and a look and everything, suddenly it's harder for the audience to potentially put themselves into that character, because now they're someone else instead of just a faceless mask. So yeah, interesting question, Hellenic. Thank you so much for submitting it. Let us go on. Also, I'm sorry if you can hear the mixer screaming in the background. And there it just went up. But let us go on to Danny Gilooley's story. I think Danny has showed up, but if not, you can be like, all right, show up, Danny. We're gonna start. Like Nothing Happened by Danny Gilooley. The door to the classroom opened, and Mr. Myrtle stopped writing on the chalkboard. Jeff Hendricks, late as he usually was, walked in. He whispered a hello to B. Miller, who stared at him with tears in her eyes, and as he sat down at his desk, just like he had since September of last year, like nothing had ever happened. Mr. Myrtle mustered the courage to speak. Geoffrey, he said, is that you? Jeff looked behind him, then around the room at the gawking and terrified faces. He scoffed and finally spoke. Yeah, it's me. B screamed and ran out of the room. Half the students followed. Mr. Myrtle did nothing to stop them. Instead, he waited until the noise outside faded away. Only 6 other students were left in the room besides Jeff. You look healthy, Mr. Myrtle said. Thanks, I guess, Jeff said back. You know why that shouldn't be the case, right? Jeff scoffed again and looked towards the other students. One of them, Ray Deacon, cowered underneath his desk. Are you my doctor? Jeff asked. He snickered and looked around, expecting a laugh from someone else. There was no response. Jeff, do you remember what happened 2 days ago? Mr. Myrtle asked. Not really, Jeff said. Nothing special, at least. He looked around the room again. Molly Gardner and Catherine Gates huddled together, sobbing. Hank Svensson held his phone in front of him like a shield. What's the matter with you all? What did I miss? Mr. Myrtle stammered once, regained his composure, and spoke. Jeff, you were in a car accident. Turned driver's ed 2 days ago. You went to the hospital and died. Jeff stared now. His jaw hung open. He looked to his classmates again, but they either cowered or looked away from him. That's funny, Jeff said. I don't remember that at all. throw up those moths and monsters a cheer for this story if you loved it. I see. Danny says, yes, I am here. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and Wolf says, the most recent thing I watched with a nameless protagonist was Mad God. Mad God has literally no dialogue. Yeah, so that's definitely an option too. If your story structure is unorthodox, like having no dialogue, that can work. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Love the story. I'm a sucker for magical realism. Magical realism. Wonderful. So where are we now in terms of our progression to story 4, and how many biddies do we need to unlock that story 4? But yes. So can you guys guess what this prompt was? What prompt this was for? I'm guessing you can. But I guess I can't talk until I reveal it, so I guess I will. So the prompt is, I died, but I got better. I chose this prompt, no better excuse other than the week got away from me. I wrote up a physical first draft of this story idea. It was supposed to be an homage to the Twilight Zone episode, The Last Rites of Jeff Myrtlebank, which is about a man who wakes up at his own funeral. I thought it would be fun to add a modern twist on it. I liked the idea, but didn't think the first draft was polished enough, but I didn't get the chance to fix it that week. After finding the draft, making some edits, I thought it was pretty strong. 600 bits to 4, says Ghoulish. Thank you very much. Yes, I think you did a great job with this. I'm so glad you were able to post this. I think this is a amazing use of this prompt, like, works so perfectly with this prompt, and is really fun, has a lot of intrigue. I like it a lot. So myself and a friend of mine both got confused when we first started reading this story. But we talked to some other people, and they did not get confused. So it could be just me and one other person, and this might not be a worthy critique, but I'll still say it because it'll be interesting to discuss. Thank you so much for the cheer. Death said now it's 400 bits to story 4. But the confusion was that we at first were thinking that Mr. Myrtle is the one that everybody's freaking out about, only to realize, no, it's quite clearly stated that it's actually Jeff. Oh yeah, or one gift sub. Wait a minute. Is Palmothemus the last one? Or no, okay, it's Spectre. But so here's the thing. I wasn't gonna say this until we started unlocking Palmothemus's, which is 3. Because I didn't want to confuse people. But something I want to do is have it that for the bookworms, so bookworms do not have the perk of getting into the guaranteeds. Even though you are a supporter, you are still technically in the generals for the stream. However, I like the idea of having their subscription count as some bits to unlocking their story. So if I'm remembering correctly, $3 is 300 bits, right? So that would mean that 300 bits were given to Palmothemus' story. So if you guys are cool with that, if you like that idea, then you're right. Which says I heard Palmothemus and thought you said Polyphemus. I might have said Polyphemus. But now I'm totally, I am certain that is why Pal used that name. But anyways, so if you guys are cool with that and you like that idea, that would mean that it's only 100 to unlock Spectre's story. I'm the one making the rolls. True. It messes with the math a little. Does it make it difficult to calculate the math? Yeah, you guys discuss that as I go back to the story. But anyway, so myself and one other person were thinking that Mr. Myrtle was the one that everybody was freaking out about, only to realize, no, actually it's Jeff. And I think that there are two very simple reasons as to why that happened. Which is that the first sentence is, the door to the classroom opened and Mr. Myrtle stopped writing on the chalkboard. So basically, instead of it going, the door to the classroom opened and Jeff Hendricks walked in, it is the door to the classroom opened. Here we are looking at the door. And then we don't get to see what's going on at the door, and we veer to the chalkboard where Mr. Myrtle is. And it's not terrible, but it doesn't really... I don't know why the ad snoozed automatically. But it's not terrible, but it doesn't really work in text. That's something that would work quite well in a movie, that you could have it be the creaking of the door and it starts to open and then the camera pans to Mr. Myrtle's shocked face. But in text, you know, when you say, okay, the door to the classroom opened, we're expecting to see what comes out of that. And so to do this very harsh camera veer to a totally different character doesn't really work in writing. And so even though, yes, it's saying he's not the one coming in the door, it seems like, okay, Mr. Myrtle is the main character of this story, which he kind of is, but yes, it seems like he's the problem here. He's the one everyone's freaking out about. The other thing that threw me was Jeff Hendricks, late as he usually was, walked in. Now, I know what it's saying now. It's saying that, like, Jeff is walking in like nothing happened, and so he's walking in late, as he usually was. But these are the first two sentences of the story, and, you know, especially if you don't look at the prompt, you don't really know where this is going. And so all you can think is, this is normal, that, yeah, he's late, as he usually is. And yes, we are going to get a really strong clue that this is not usual right here, but it is a confusing way to begin that, with those two things together, ended up throwing my brain off and making me miss what was actually going on. And so I feel like saying something like, you know, the door to the classroom opened and Jeff Hendricks late walked in, or Jeff Hendricks walked in late. Mr. Myrtle stopped writing on the chalkboard. I think that would be super clear and would not lead to confusion. Thank you for the gift sub, Ghoulish Misfit. That is given to Madam D. Mercy. I don't think I've seen Madam D. Mercy's name, but Madam D. Mercy, if you if your Twitch and your Discord are not connected, please make sure that they are, so that you can get the perks. What was I gonna say? And with that, I believe we have unlocked a last story, regardless of if we're using the 400 or the 100 count. I think that puts us over, which is awesome. So thank you guys so much. Yes, late is awesome. I do like the he is late thing. And actually, come to think of it, saying late as he usually was does ruin the pun a little bit. So if you say Jeff Hendricks walked in late, not only now there's an ad break. Oh, well, it's gonna start soon. But yeah, if you said Jeff Hendricks walked in late, not only would it be clearer, it would also do the joke better. But anyways, so I do really like the nothing ever happened. That really does convey something happened, and it does, like, even the just like he had since September of last year, like nothing ever happened. I like that whole sentence, you know, that tells us something wacky's going on. I like it a lot. And I like how clueless Jeff is. He's like, hey y'all, time to start class. Yep, hey, it's me. His attitude is great throughout the story. He very much embodies the I died but I got better attitude throughout the story. So I really don't, this story is very solid to me. So this is another one where my critiques are a little bit more nitpicky. But I do feel like the attitude of the other students feels a little bit disproportional. And it's interesting because this is a story about someone who died walking into the school. And so, in one sense, I'm like, I don't know if I should be making this critique because, yeah, that would be pretty scary and garner some reactions. But at the same time, like, the first reaction I'll talk about is B's, which is that I feel like if she was going to scream and run, him saying, yeah, it's me, wouldn't be what did it. I feel like either him just walking in, she would just scream when he walked in, or him doing something besides just saying, yeah, it's me, would be what would make her run. I think it would make a lot more sense to have B, stare teary-eyed, and then another student be the one to run off screaming. Okay, there's the ad. All right, kitty time.
Kitty time, kitty time. He's so cute.
Do your cats, those of you who have cats, do they choose like different spots at different times? Because Bo, he's so strange. Like, he'll have a spot and he'll claim it, and
Oh, he's so pretty. So cute.
so like, and one day he'll be like, I like sleeping underneath the guest bed. And that'll be his spot. And so for the next week or two, I'll keep finding him underneath the guest bed. And then the week after that, he will have abandoned it, and that will no longer be his spot. And so right now, I don't know how to describe it, but there's like this spot beneath behind these drawers I have, this kind of shelf. And he never goes back there, but now he suddenly decided that's his spot for now, and he only wants to be there. Bella is not like that. My past cat was not like that. So I'm curious if this is normal or weird. But he's done it like the entire time that I've had him. It's not weird for him. He does that.
Oh, lick the foot.
Alright, so looks like
Oh, it's so cute.
I don't know if you saw it, but she reached out her paw to try and give me a
Stay. Now she look at my hand. That's so precious, Bean. Okay, I guess I can continue my critique from down here. I guess I can do that.
Maybe you'll only see half of my face. Anyway, so I think it would make more sense to me if we stick with that reaction for B, that she is looking on, petrified with tears in her eyes. That's her reaction. And then somebody else screams and runs away, and maybe some others follow. But it's still, even knowing that, hey, this is a dead guy who just walked in, even knowing that, it seems odd to me that half of them would run out screaming and the other half would cower behind their desks. I feel like there is much more variety in how people would react. Like I said, I feel like B could just continue to sit there kind of petrified and teary-eyed and being like, is it you? I kind of want it to be you. Maybe someone in the back would be like, hey Jeff, what's up? Maybe somebody would just be, wanting to see what's up and not saying anything or doing anything, just kind of observing. But it seems like, I feel like melodramatic is a really strong word, so I don't know that's exactly what it is, but it's the only thing I can think of that seems a little melodramatic, that there's two reactions, or just run out of the room screaming or huddle under the desk. Yes, I know there's a guy with a phone. We will come back to that. I do like the guy with the phone. But I am curious what you guys thought of that as well. If you were like, no, like those reactions made perfect sense to me and didn't seem odd at all. Or if you were like, yeah, it did seem like a lot. And related to that, I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if it's me being too nitpicky, but instead he waited until the noise outside faded away. It's usually when you say that kind of phrase of the noise outside, it means
a noise that I have no relation to and no control over. So it could be like a leaf blower outside. Like, oh, I'll wait for the noise outside to go away. But these are the students who just ran out there. And so I feel like it would make more sense to say he waited until their screams faded away. Instead of, oh yeah, the nebulous noise outside that I have no relation to, if that makes sense. And I guess part of the reason why, to me, the reaction seemed really strong is because it specifically says he looks healthy. He doesn't look like a zombie or a ghost or even too pale. And so I feel like if he did look like a zombie or a ghost, yeah, like that's much more reason to run out screaming. But if he just looks like him, there's a potential interpretation of this story in that he didn't die. It could just be, oh, like, the reports of my death were greatly exaggerated, you know? Everybody thought I died, but actually I'm fine. And I feel like some kids would think that. Some kids would be like, oh, we got the wrong reports. And so they wouldn't be screaming for a ghost. They'd be curious or be like, why did I get the message that you were dead when you're fine, man? Kind of thing. And so, yeah. What is this? Yes. I don't know if that's the exact quote, because I feel like the exact quote is, I died, but I lived, kind of thing, but yes. But anyways, I do like the conversation with Mr. Myrtle, like, hey, and I do like that Mr. Myrtle is leading him on slowly and like, you look like you're doing well. Thanks, I guess. You shouldn't be, though. I like the, expecting a laugh from someone else, that maybe he's like the class clown or something, usually gets a laugh from people, and he's like, yeah, you're on my side, right? Shivers in the corner. I think that's really fun. And yeah, like he's, leading him on, okay, do you remember what happened 2 days ago? That's fun. Yeah, so I like the phone thing. I do like it as a different reaction than screaming or cowering. However, I'm not sure if I quite get what's going on, because I feel like it could either be recording and you're like, holding your phone out, kind of like a shield, but you're recording. Or it's literally just holding out your phone, like, this is my crucifix, away demon. Which is funny. But I don't know why someone would react that way. And I like, what's the matter with you all? It's interesting because it takes him a while to acknowledge, hey, something crazy is going on. But it actually really works. I feel like that could easily seem like it goes on too long before he acknowledges it. But I actually quite like the fact that it takes him that long to be like, what's the matter? I'm fine. And then I love him getting the revelation and being like, I don't remember that at all. I'm curious if I read this right, though. This is another line where I feel like having a little bit more of a dialogue tag would have been beneficial. That, I read it as, that's funny. I don't remember that at all. But it could be more genuinely like, that's funny. I don't remember that at all. Like, instead of serious. So I do think having a little more of an indicator there would be helpful. I also feel like, for me, the during driver's ed phrase doesn't need to be mentioned and just brings up questions that I don't really need to be asking. Because, yes, like, you do driver's ed on the streets, and so, yes, you could get in an accident during driver's ed. I believe that has happened. However, in driver's ed, you are learning, and so the entire point is that you have an instructor there to teach you and to help keep you safe. And so that instructor will usually have a brake pedal and can grab the steering wheel and hopefully help you not get into an accident, especially not an accident so bad that you die. like I said, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm sure it can happen. I'm sure it has happened. But it feels very much less likely. And so when it says, oh yeah, you got in an accident in driver's ed, now I'm start asking, okay, how did that happen? How did the instructor not react in time? And I don't really need to be asking those questions for this story. And so I feel like it would work so much better just to say, Jeff, you were in a car accident 2 days ago. He doesn't have to be the one who is driving. It could be his parents, and they could still live while he, got the brunt of the accident, unfortunately. It doesn't have to be specified how or where it happens. It kind of goes back to what I talk about, which is too much context or too little context. And I do think that little thing is an issue of a little too much context that makes me ask questions I don't need to be asking. It's not that big a deal. The story absolutely still works. Just, like I said, pointing out anything that I see could be an issue. What was I gonna say? Yeah, overall, I really like... Oh, I remember the other thing I was gonna say, which is that, for me, I think the story, especially because what I was saying about my initial confusion, I think that the story would have benefited from being in Jeff's perspective. It could be third limited, it could be first person, but our perspective character seems to be Mr. Myrtle, or it's omniscient. And Mr. Myrtle, as well as the room as a whole, they know something that Jeff doesn't know and that the reader doesn't know. And so having the character be the viewpoint character, the narrator, be in the same boat as the audience, equally as confused as the audience, I think would have benefited and would have helped with some of my confusion at the beginning and would have made it punchier too, personally. But yeah, I really like this story. I actually want to hang on a second. I want to read a little something to you. The attitude of the story really reminds me of something I really like from this book, and it's just gonna be a couple lines, so hopefully it'll be okay. But it reminded me of these two lines from this book, which is one is, "I thought it was a dream. How could I know? It's not like someone gives you a heads up. Hey, just so you know, you're dead." And the other one is, "I turned back down the hall, vowing to be more patient with my waiting family. I reached my room 124. I looked in. That's when I saw him. The kid in the bed. It was me. I bent over him, the other me, skin gray, mouth sagged open. I got what I wanted, I guess." But it totally, those two... No one tells you, hey, just so you know, you're dead. And the kid in the bed, it was me. Those phrases really made me think. The story made me really think of those. I really liked that. It very much feels like he had that experience where he's like, yeah, no one tells you you're dead. He just walked up and went to school that day. And so I just think that's really cool. I don't have as many specific praises for the story as I do specific critiques, but know that it was an overall net positive, that I overall was like, oh, that was really, really fun. I really enjoy that a lot. It is a fantastic use of the prompt. All right. Oh, that's amazing. Mako posted a little meme about cats. "We created the most comfortable spot in the house, and it is a chair with a sweater on it," which is exactly... Well, I guess the other one is the one that has the sweaters on it right now, but plenty of times I put my sweater on that one. And then the cat jumps off and goes, oh, she's off. And then the other cat comes and jumps on it. Oh no, Toby's back. The chair is too powerful. She's crying. That is exactly what it's like with my cats. Aw, that's cute. Hellenic. It's a little... I can't actually... Wait. I think that's a kitty. Sleeping on a little bed. Danny says, I see where you're coming from. Driver's ed doesn't necessarily need to be mentioned. The way you read the last line was perfect. Adding an adverb might help clarify that, though. For sure. You could also use a more active verb. Like something like, well, I was about to say Jeff chuckled, like, that's funny. But chuckled could be both again, so chuckle wouldn't help. But yeah, maybe you guys can think of some, but you could probably use a single verb to convey the tone as well. But an adverb could work. I just like to go for active verbs. Regarding the bookworm thing. Dixon said, I can account for it, and Mako said, I'll make that deal, and left us 100 bits. Thank you. Hello, Galler. I'm here! Amazing. It's not a bad idea, I just think it's an overcomplication. Fair. I think we have 2 votes for it's not that complicated, and 1 vote for it is. Am I correct on that? That's true. Yeah, I won't get as much revenue if we do it that way. Yeah, they're already giving me money each month. It just makes it a little easier makes it a little bit easier to be read like twice a month. Yeah, true. Hellenic says, to me, it makes sense that they would run away when they heard his voice, that it wasn't just a guy who looked like him. Interesting. Okay. I'm trying to think what I think about that. Because I feel like it would almost be scarier if he didn't talk, right? If he just sat there and didn't say a word, then it would be like, oh, something spooky's going on here. But if it's like, hey, yeah, it's me, then that seems less scary. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But that is fair that maybe him talking is a new element added that's scarier. Distant says, I think once one person started running, others would follow. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it's more in the sense of I want more reactions, because that does make sense. Like, okay, one person runs screaming. All right. Some more people follow. Okay. I guess it's just half the class is running screaming. The other half is cowering under their desks. And Ray, and who's the one guy? And Hank is behind his phone. I want more Hanks. I want more people with unique reactions that aren't one way or the other. Yes, exactly. MasaCur says, hey, Jeff, thought you died. That's weird. Why would you think that? Yes, exactly. That would ruin the climax of the story, but I could totally see that happening. Like, oh yeah, like clearly you're fine. You look healthy. So, hey, Jeff, like, I really thought you died. Huh, weird. Why'd you think that? Because I did read the last line more nonchalantly when I reviewed it. Okay, so it does seem like it needs that tone indicator. Hellenic says, I sort of disagree. When I read that it happened during driver's ed, I thought, oh shit, and so there's a good chance other students would have seen the accident, which lent credence to the strength of the other students' reactions. If he had died in a car accident unrelated to school, then his death was only hearsay, as far as the student body was concerned. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess, what was I gonna say? I guess that is sort of the question, is that, what is Jeff, right? Because either he didn't die, he's still alive, and in which case, it actually would benefit the story to not mention the driver's ed thing, because people could have seen it, and so if it didn't happen, if that's why he didn't die, if it didn't happen, there was just rumors, then that would be that. It could be that he did in fact die and his ghost looks pretty healthy. It could be that he died and there was some weird science experiment that happened that brought him back looking healthy. You know, there's a lot of different options, and we don't necessarily need to know the answer for the story to be great and to work, but it is a question that I'm left with for sure. Great story, Danny. Let us go on to Galler's Tale. Eyes in the Sky by Galler. The eye in the sky blinked, and one could feel its frustration. They were a normal thing up there, silent observers in the heaven that watched over everything, even the cities in the sky. Why was it frustrated? Well, they communicated through dreams. Turns out this one had argued with a friend. The people who lived all over the planet developed a method to get dreams out and read them. Most of the time, they were nonsense, but they were mostly developed to talk with sky eyes and translate a discussion with them. However, they were infamously chatty, especially when they started nagging. They may have unparalleled wisdom, but they don't seem different from us, Larry, a rock with his googly eyes, said. They can be annoying at times, though. It's not that they violate our privacy, dear, Uriel, the cauldron-headed witch, said, while putting the ingredients in her head. Their children are adorable when they visit to see everything. What are you doing? Larry asked. Was not one of those potions turning you into a sunbird? We had trouble for committing accidental arson last time that happened. It's special eye water for the big guy, she said, while pointing at the orbiting iris. You want something to eat? Also, Larry, I learned to put the correct labels last time. Good to know we aren't going to have an outbreak of complaining undead grandmas, Larry said sarcastically. Uriel just huffed. That said, I still consider it impressive that you can walk towards them. The basics of arcane spells in universities for those who want to learn the arts of will working, Uriel said as the potion was done. Want to accompany me? I don't see why not, Larry replied as Uriel smiled. As they did so and gave the eyes their due, Larry felt that it was calmer. Perhaps it only needed an ear in the form of Uriel to dream talk its irritations after all. Throw those lots of monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. Jeff walks in, the class looks at Victor F. I love that. Amazing. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I'm guessing this is another one where you can quite easily guess what the prompt was. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. But it is the sky blinked. I guess I can ask that as the first question. This is not something that I realized at first. But there is an element, which is that it's not the sky itself blinking, that it is an eye inside the sky blinking. So I'm curious, did that work perfectly for you, or were you like, doesn't quite fit the prompt because of that? Alrighty. Well, as always, Galler, I am a fan of your fun ideas. I really enjoy just always the cute relationships. I think I said last time that your stories are always very wholesome, and once again, I enjoy the relationships in the story, and that it's just like, oh yeah, like, you know, maybe the eye needed an ear, which is really cute and fun and enjoyable. I do think that there are quite a few confusing elements to this story, however, which is mostly what I'm going to be talking about today. And I do want to, first and foremost, ask for you guys in the comments, did you feel like you understood what was happening in this story? What did you think the overall plot of this story was meant to be? Because the interesting thing was, I found, you know, chatting with people, as I usually do, that I feel like I understood the plot of this story better than most. So I'm curious how many people had the same reading as I did, how many people were lost, you know, what the situation was. Yeah, let's just go on. The eye in the sky blinked and one could feel its frustration. That is a great opener. I really draws you in. Makes you wonder why there's an eye in the sky and why it's frustrated. So, like that. It was a normal thing up there, silent observers in the heaven that watched over everything, even the cities in the sky. So I like the introduction of like, hey, for this world, this is normal. They watch over everything. But I feel like even the cities in the sky is not a necessary addition, and in fact causes some potential confusion because those cities in the sky are never mentioned again and aren't irrelevant to the story. And so we already have an eye in the sky, which is a fun and wild and wacky thing that we need to wrap our head around. We want to know, what's this eye in the sky about? Is it good? Is it evil? What's it doing? And so you're telling us, okay, it's normal. It just watches everything. And so then to say there are cities in the sky, now I have another question. It's kind of what I was saying before about the content thing, which I'm going to go a little more into that. But actually what I will... I don't know if I've phrased it this way before, but I like this way of phrasing it, if I can phrase it right. Which is that with these writing group stories, especially if you were writing in a larger universe, you have that question of how much context do I include? Because sometimes you can include too little and people will get confused because they don't have enough information. Other times you can include too much and people will get confused because now they have too much information. And I think what it comes down to has a lot to do with questions. That when you have too little information, the reader is asking fundamental baseline questions that they aren't getting the answers to. When you're doing it right, the reader is asking the right questions, the right amount of questions at the right time, and you are answering them. That you are answering them in the right amount and the right time and everything as well. When you have too much context, now the reader is asking questions that they don't need to be asking for this particular story and will not get answered in this particular story. So in this case, even the cities in the sky, now I'm asking questions about those cities in the sky. I'm going, why are they cities in the sky? Is this where the eyes live? Do other creatures live there? But it says they watch over the city in the sky. Does it mean they don't live there? And more. I'm asking all these questions, and none of those questions are relevant to the story, and none of them will get answered in the story. And so I have a question. Okay, there's an eye in the sky. What's this eye in the sky? Is it good or bad? What's it doing? And so you answer that immediately, and which is great. And you go, okay, this is normal. They are silent observers in the heaven. Awesome. But adding some more context is a little too much there. So why was it frustrated? This is the next question I'm asking. So that's awesome to go to start answering that question. Well, they communicated through dreams. So I see, I'll read this whole paragraph. So why was it frustrated? Well, they communicated through dreams. Turns out this one had argued with a friend. The people who lived all over the planet developed a method to get dreams out and read them. So these four things actually seem very disconnected to me. Why was it frustrated? Well, they communicated through dreams. That doesn't seem like an answer to me. That doesn't seem like an answer to why it would be frustrated. It could be, depending on what the next sentence is. But immediately having that follow, I'm a little like, okay, I'm not quite sure that makes sense. And then turns out this one argued with a friend. That could also work as the answer to why was it frustrated, but it's not placed next to it. And so it doesn't seem to be saying, oh, the argument is the cause for frustration. It seems to be saying the dream communication itself is the frustration. So it turns out this one argued with a friend ends up reading kind of like extraneous information. And then the people who lived all over the planet developed a method to get dreams out and read them. It seems odd for that to be in the same sentence as turns out this one argued with a friend, because those two things don't seem related. And so I think that it would work better. Let's see. Okay, so I wrote another option for how you could do this and have it make sense. If I'm correct that it's the argument that's the frustration, not the dreams, then I would do paragraph 1. Why was it frustrated? Turns out, this one argued with a friend. New paragraph. The skies communicated through dreams. The people who lived on this planet developed a method to get dreams out and read them, so they could talk with the Sky Eyes and translate a discussion with them. The Sky Eyes, however, were infamously chatty and often started nagging. That to me makes a lot more sense. That's going, okay, why is it frustrated? It's frustrated because it had an argument. All right, new subject. The new subject is to explain, hey, they communicated through dreams, and the people on this planet developed a way to read dreams. But as is, it feels like I'm getting very disconnected information right next to each other or within the same sentence that doesn't quite seem to connect. It could also be that it's frustrated because the dream communication isn't going so well. That it could be that, let's see, how would I phrase that? Maybe something like, why was it frustrated? Well, they communicated through dreams, and communication wasn't going well. The people who lived all over the planet developed a method to get dreams out and read them. It ended up leading to an argument with a friend, or the eye ended up arguing with one of the inhabitants of the planet, or something like that. That could work too. Yeah. The next paragraph is fine, though I am curious how they end up talking to them, how that works, because like that's a really cool idea of getting your dreams out of your head and like onto the page and being able to read them. Like that's really neat. Let's see what I say. But I am curious how that works as communication. Like, is it because is it basically like, okay, the eye will give you a dream, and so if you get your dream out and you read it, you'll know, aha, I dreamed about eye drops, so that means he wants eye drops, that kind of thing. I'm not quite sure. So the next line here, they may have unparalleled wisdom, but they don't seem different from us. Very sweet sentiment. I like the sentiment there, but to me, they seem extremely different. I have not been given enough information to see what Larry is talking about. To me, the entire beginning of the story seems to be saying, hey, look at this strange, different creature. Let me explain, this weird creature. And so then for the next line to be, they're not different from us, seems a little incongruous to me. Because they seem very different. That maybe it could work as the last line, that it could be kind of a moral to the story of like, hey, I thought they were really different, but maybe they're just like us. Maybe they just want some friends, kind of thing. But in the middle, I don't really see it, even though I like the idea behind it. And then kind of a similar thing here. It's not that they violate our privacy, dear. This phrasing of, it's not that, dear, implies that he said that they did, but he didn't. All he said is they don't seem different from us, and they can be a little annoying. And a little annoying doesn't really imply that they violate the privacy. Now, you could totally have this work and have it go, they have unparalleled wisdom, but they don't seem different from us. Larry, a rock with googly eyes, said. I sometimes feel like they violate my privacy, though. And then she could say, well, it's not that they violate our privacy, dear, And the other thing about this is that phrasing also implies she's about to argue against it. She's about to say, it's not that they violate our privacy, dear. Here's what's actually going on. Like, okay, I know that you think that they violate our privacy, but here's why it's not a violation of privacy. Like, she could say something like, this is just how they speak. This is just the way they communicate is through our dreams. So I don't see it as a violation of privacy, sort of thing. And their children are adorable when they visit to see everything. That's cute. It is on topic, and I will talk about that with some of the other things. But so I do think that line works better than some of the other lines. However, it is another thing that is kind of an extraneous detail. And I do feel like saying something like, Larry going, I feel like they violate my privacy sometimes. And then you're all saying, it's not that they violate our privacy. And then instead use these words for explaining why they don't. And saying, this is just how they communicate, I think would flow a bit better. Okay, so then we get to what I was saying about the topic thing. So I think that I get what's going on here. That, you know, she's making these eye drops, and it looks like she's making potions. And Larry is like, is one of those gonna turn you into a sunbird? Because remember what happened last time? Or maybe he sees like an ingredient that she has, and it's like, that looks like the sunbird ingredient. Maybe you don't want to do that. And so that's why he says what he says. And then she's like, no, it is not, you know, to turn me into sunbird. It's just eye water. And then down here, you know, he says, good to know we aren't going to have an outbreak of complaining undead grandmas. I assume that is also referring to past hijinks. That once again, he's kind of like, okay, like, good you figured out the labels, because if you hadn't, we would have some more undead grandmas on our hands. And both these ideas are really fun. I love the idea of a sentient rock and a cauldron-headed witch going on adventures, and her becoming a sunbird and accidentally setting fire to something, and her accidentally raising a bunch of specifically grandmas from the dead who are all just complaining and nagging. Those are really fun ideas, and I like them a lot. Unfortunately, I don't think that they work in this story, and that is largely because, remember how I said I felt like I understood the plot better than those I talked to? From everyone I talked to, I'm the only one who understood that. I'm the only one who thought, oh, they're referring to past hijinks. Everyone I talked to got very confused by both of those lines, thinking they were actually happening within the story, or actually going to happen, or simply not even knowing what to think. And so I do think that this is a situation, again, of too much context. That not only were we left wondering questions about the sunbird and, you know, and the arson and stuff like that, we're wondering, why is this being mentioned? How is this related to what's going on? And so I do think that sticking on the topic of the Sky Eyes, because you only have 350 words, and so you do kind of have to stick to one topic for the most part. And so using those words instead of talking about, you know, fun hijinks, while they are fun, they do get confusing. And so I think just saying, you know, what are you making? Oh, I'm making special eye water for the big guy. And then, you know, going on to, I consider it impressive you can walk towards them. You know, that would help. That would save you some words that you could use to add some context elsewhere. I do think it's cute that he just wants some eye water, and she's like, yeah, I'm happy to oblige. That's very, very sweet. So I still consider it impressive that you can walk towards them. So I do like this idea of, like, there's either, for whatever reason, it's hard to walk towards them. Either they're really scary, or maybe they have some magical aura around them that, you know, makes it hard to walk towards them. Whatever it is, I do like that idea. However, it's not something that's been introduced yet. And it feels like that should have been introduced early on. That the whole first part was explaining, hey, here are the Sky Eyes, here is what they do, here's what they're about. And so it feels like if nobody could ever walk up to them, that would be stated in a reason why they had to create this dream talk, that they had to get their dreams out, so that they could talk to them, because they can't walk up to them. And two other things related to that is, she says, the basics of arcane spells in universities for those who want to learn the arts of will working. I don't have enough context to understand why that's an answer. I don't know why you can't walk up to them. This implies that it is a magical in nature, but you could even say something as simple as, you know, I wouldn't be a good witch if I couldn't, kind of thing. But going into the details of arcane spells, universities, arts of will working, I feel like I'm being given too much information and I don't know what to do with it. And so I don't really know how that's an answer. And then the next thing to say about that concept is, he replies when she says, "Want to accompany me?" I don't see why not. well, he has quite clearly stated why not. He can't walk up to them. That's only she can. And like I said, I don't have enough context to understand this. And so she, like, if they have this magical aura that means that it's difficult to walk up to them, yeah, maybe she could put that aura around him too. But I don't have enough context to connect that, to quite understand that. And so when he immediately said, I consider it impressive that you can walk up to them, and then one line later saying, I don't see why not, doesn't quite connect for me. And then I do like your little moral at the end. I like that it fits with the beginning, that the beginning is, oh, the eye is frustrated, and so we have this arc where it's like, oh, you know, it's no longer so frustrated, it's calmer, and it's glad that its irritations can be soothed. And it seems maybe like a double meaning of eye irritations, literally, and irritations in communication, perhaps, or just in the argument with its friend. And so I think that is fun. And I like I said before, I like an eye needed an ear. I think that's really fun as well. All right, let's see what folks have been saying. Oh yeah, so talking about the plot. So as far as I understand it, which I think came through as I was probably talking through, but I'll still say it, is that, okay, we have an eye in the sky, and it is frustrated, and we might not quite know why, but we know it's frustrated. And we know that they communicate through dreams. And the people on this planet have found a way to read their dreams and communicate with these sky eyes. So one such inhabitant of the planet has figured out that this eye would like some eye drops, and she goes with her friend, or more maybe her husband, I don't know what their relationship is, but she goes with her rock to go give him the eye drops. That and that soothes his frustration. So that is the basic plot as I understand it. But from the other people I talked to, they didn't even get that much. They were so confused by the sunbird stuff. And all the context, like I said, all the context that is getting mentioned, that they didn't feel like they could understand the basics of the plot. And one person even thought that that the whole thing was dreams, that he thought that once we get to, you know, a rock with googly eyes and a cauldron-headed witch, like, he was like, oh, these are dream creatures. So, and all that stuff, and not really connecting, oh no, this is real. And I guess that's something to talk about as well, which is that you are great at coming up with alien and fantasy races, and it is wonderful and a lot of fun, and I love the creatures and characters you come up with. I love the way that your brain works in terms of creating these characters. However, I do think that, unfortunately, sometimes that does get in the way of the story. That, to me at least, the story would be easier to follow. Like I was saying before, that whenever you add a new weird element, you're adding new questions and new things that you need to explain to the reader. And so, and you guys can disagree, but I think when most readers arrive at a rock with googly eyes and a cauldron-headed witch, we have some questions. We're wondering, you know, what do you mean a rock with googly eyes? What do you mean a cauldron-headed witch? I need to know a little more about why these creatures are the way that they are. And we don't get that. They're just the inhabitants of the planet. And that can work. That's not necessarily a bad idea in any way. It's just that in these 350-word stories, you want to minimize the amount of questions that you're having the reader ask. And so just sticking to one plot line. And so sometimes that might mean that it's better to just stick with human characters. And so I do think that that is another thing that could help with some of the confusion that a lot of folks had with this story, which is just have it be the eye in the sky is the weird thing, the characters are human. And so you don't have any questions about the characters, what they are, where they are, why they're the way they are. They're just people. And so we can focus on the eye. We can focus on the eye as the weird thing and their relationship. Like I said, I actually quite love the idea of a googly-eyed rock and a cauldron-headed witch. I do not think it is a bad idea in any way. It's just a new question that gets added to the reader, and the story might have been improved to keep it more basic, as basic as that might be, as boring as that might seem. And Meiko said, I think my issue is just the plot is buried. Tell me more about what you mean when you say buried. Do you mean what I said, or do you mean something different from what I said? Yeah, the eyes don't have a mouth. Yep, that makes sense. That they can't talk because they don't have a mouth. I didn't want to be stuck explaining everything. Well, that's kind of the thing I've been saying, right? Is that I think that this could just be how your brain works, but I think that your brain is going, I need to explain so much, and so I'll leave these things in and not explain them. But actually, it would be beneficial to remove even more, that going one step further and going, okay, I don't want to explain too much. So pull back on the things that you need to explain. That instead of just leaving them in and not explaining them, pulling back and leaving them out would be even more helpful to the reader, if that makes sense. That was very much a non sequitur. You mean at the beginning here? It's shorter, better. There's a piece of the sentence I could have fixed. Fair enough. I don't think it would be very different when they don't nag or are a constant chatterbox. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Meiko also said that. I assume about what that was. Because I wasn't saying that they don't nag or are a constant. None of my critiques is saying you should take that part out. That's fine to leave it in, that they're chatty and nagging, which I did include in my rewrite of those two paragraphs. I did include that, so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was going full past incident and funny things. I didn't have the explaining of all of it. Well, I guess maybe that's a good rule of thumb, that if you're sitting there going, I can't explain this thing, then maybe it's good to consider, if I'm sitting here thinking I can't explain this thing, maybe I should take it out, because maybe the reader will not be able to get it if I don't explain it, if that makes sense. Airwalking? Is that what the arcane thing? Is that the arcane spell that she did? Is that... Okay, that makes sense. That is totally different from what I thought. But he's saying, literally, like, most people can't walk towards them because they're in the sky. And so she's like, yeah, I learned a spell to walk to the sky. Okay, I think you could do that. I think... So instead of saying, like, the basics of arcane spells in universities and will working, we don't need to know arcane, we don't need to know universities, we don't need to know will working. Just say airwalk. Like, how would I phrase that? Like, I guess, I learned airwalking at university, or I learned airwalking at Arcane University, whatever the university is called. I guess you could do something like that. And so it's like, okay, because if you say airwalking, that's the answer to my question. And I guess this goes back to what I was saying. So I consider it impressive that you can walk towards them. So that brings two questions. One, why can't most people walk towards them? Two, why can she? And airwalking answers both. It answers both why most people can't and why she can. And so just saying, oh, I learned spells at university doesn't answer either of those questions and just asks more. And so if you say, I learned airwalking at university, that would answer both. he said, yeah, my confusion wasn't whether it was what was happening, but what those things had to do with what was going on. Oh, the like sunbird thing and stuff. She can carry him or cast him. Yeah, and the airwalking. That does make sense now that I know. It's nothing to do with like an aura or a scary thing. It's literally walking up. Yeah, she can carry him. And that would also answer that. That would answer this question as well. Going full surreal. I was trying to do trying to go full rare banjo kazooie level of weird, which everything has eyes and can talk, and no one can ask why they're like that. For like the cauldron-headed witch and stuff like that. Wasn't trying to make questions. So that's the difficulty, because I've talked about this before, that for me, there are very few hard and fast rules to writing. Even the things that people say are hard and fast rules to writing aren't. And they can still be done well. You just need to understand why they are often stated as rules. But if I were to give a single hard and fast rule to writing, it would be, in general, with 90% of writing, your goal should not be to confuse the reader. And I don't know if, when you say surreal, if that is your goal or not. And I guess another way to phrase that would just be, you shouldn't confuse the reader, right? Your goal shouldn't, no. Your goal should be to not confuse the reader, I guess it might be a better way to put it. And so, yeah, like, so you can go surreal and stuff like that, but the reader does need to know what's going on. That if the reader doesn't know what's going on, they can't enjoy the story, they can't give much comment on the story because they don't even know the basics of what's happening. And so it's possible that if you fixed some of the things that I mentioned, if you took out the sunbird thing, took out the undead grandma's thing, if you used those words to talk about the eyes, then maybe it would have worked. Maybe it would have worked to have the cauldron-headed witch and the talking rock, and that would have been fine, to have a, really wacky cast of characters that you never explain. But with everything around it that is also adding confusion, it, instead of being this cool, surreal, wacky thing, it ends up being another element that is potentially confusing, if that makes sense. Like I said, they talk about a lot of stuff, but it doesn't seem like any of it has to do with what is actually happening right now. So are you saying that you had difficulty parsing which parts did have to do with what was going on right now? That could make sense. What was I gonna say? Because it seems like I was able to parse that, because I was able to see, like, oh, okay, so this has to do with the eyes, this has to do with the eyes, this does as well. This does, but this doesn't. This does, this does, this doesn't. This doesn't, this does. This is both. and this does. So I guess that maybe the like the Summer thing and the undead grandma's thing were so strong, perhaps, in your mind, that it was really hard to parse what is actually going on. And I could totally see the children thing also seeming extraneous and stuff like that, so I could totally see how, with those things in there, it could maybe be difficult to figure out which parts are related to what's actually happening now and what's not, especially with the confusion of the potential confusion earlier, if that makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. But yes, my timer did go off, so it is time to move on to the next story. Thank you so much for submitting, Geller. I hope this was helpful. Alright. I don't think Palmothemus is here, but if Palmothemus is, and if you have any questions, then don't hesitate to ask. So I'm the bad guy, blinded heroes, and just villainy. Palmothemus. Shade could barely muster any strength to lift himself up. He could hear the sound of some AI voice ordering everyone to evacuate the street. But he also heard a lot of screaming, stamping feet, and authoritative voices trying to get everyone away from the scene. A few helicopters hover above him, using spotlights to blind him. 2 figures in suits approached him. "Shadow Nebula!" one shouted in a masculine voice. Shade looked at the figures, still trying to gain consciousness. "That was out of script," another, in a more feminine voice, said. "You're supposed to lose the fight, not cause a freak accident," the man growled. Shade got up, with one of his hands placed on his face. "Lose the fight? What are you talking about?" The man rolled their eyes and smacked their face. The woman in the suit whispered something to him about how Shade was possibly having amnesia from the explosion. "All right." The man shifted his position to a more formal pose. "You are the main antagonist of the superhero series Starboy, called Shadow Nebula." Shade grimaced. "You mean I'm the villain?" "Yes, a supervillain at that," the man corrected. "However," the woman in the suit continued, "you caused a massive explosion that destroyed the entire set of the final scene. Because of that, the superhero, Starboy, is missing, and the street is engulfed in flames." "He did that?" Shade couldn't believe it. "Why would I destroy a whole set?" The man stiffened. "Well, 1, you are a supervillain." The woman placed her hand on her hip. "And 2, your strong desire to win superseded the script of the final scene." "So," Shade started in a more deeper voice, "you said I caused a massive explosion?" The 2 people in suits looked at each other as though they were regretting something. "Enough! You are under arrest for causing serious damage to— Stop!" Just before the woman could mouth the word stop, Shade used his powers to teleport away from the 2 suited people. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story. Ah! If you loved it. Well, now you got to see my background. I knew it was going to happen one of these days. Alrighty. Actually, so if I remember correctly, Palmothemus did have a question, right? I think that question was if I read the long version, or the revisited version, what I thought of that, I think. I don't know if any of us pinned it. Oh, there it is. If Kaylee has read the revision, how would you compare that with the one I'm reading? I want to make sure I avoid bad habits in writing. Very fair. I feel like that's all of us. So, Palmothemus. Toastiness, whatever you like. Selected prompt, because I'm the villain. This is the only one that I could guess from the title what the prompt was going to be. And the prompt was chosen because I felt that it fit perfectly for this new idea I just came up with. This is somewhat based off of the Ranger Reject / Go-Go Loser Ranger manga / anime, The Incredibles, and also thanks to a weird dream of me being a samurai who used a fork to kill brigands. Spoiler for a future character. Questions. Does this scene kind of help flesh out the world the series takes place in? 2. Did the dialogue flow, or was it too choppy? 3. Does Shade's introduction, is it a good starting point, or do you think there should be some inner monologue in this short? You are more than welcome to point out any other critiques and thoughts. P.S. Honestly thought that I wasn't going to post anything for this prompt, yet here I am. Hope you enjoy. Very glad that you were able to post something for this prompt. It's been a while since I read one of your stories. I read one of your stories. And so it was nice to see your name come up.
Can I hear a kitty? Nope. No kitty. Just this kitty. Oh, maybe I heard you.
Oh no, it's not a writing stream without getting flashbanged by your desktop. Oh, you mean me lighting up? Yeah. So feel free to ask, to answer Palmothemus's questions. Both, also the revision one in the chat as well. I think I'll answer them at the end. Okay. So this is another story that I did really like, at least what I understood of the idea behind it. But I did find myself, well, this was an interesting one, because speaking of questions, this story had one big question. It wasn't so much a ton of little questions as one big one, and that one big one made it very hard to parse what was happening overall. Which I guess maybe I'll start with that, because it is a big thing with the story. So what I saw, actually, and I'm curious what you guys thought. So here are the possibilities that I saw for the story. Possibility 1. None of it's real. He's just an actor. He doesn't have superpowers or, ad.
Here's your kitty. Ad kitty. So why are you touching me? What's going on? So cute. Little kitty. He's just so fluffy. So little and fluffy. Oh, you purring. I hear the purrs. Oh, I hear the purrs. Bella Bella. Bella Bella purr purr. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Back.
Oh, that was perfect. I think it's usually off a little bit, so it's funny. It was perfect.
Okay. So, the possibilities that I see for this story is none of it's real. He's just an actor. So either the powers aren't real, or we don't really get an answer as to how he has the powers. 2, he is an actor, but this is how he learns he has powers, or how he gains these powers. 3, people in this world happen to have powers, and some of them might be employed as actors. So basically they're doing their own special effects in the story, because they have powers. 4, he is an actor with powers, but in his dazed state, the people in suits end up convincing him that he's an actual supervillain. 5, he is a real supervillain, and the city being, or the street being destroyed is an actual supervillain event that happened, and the people in suits are trying to convince him that he's just an actor. Or 6, he is a fictional character that broke out of the story into the real world. So he himself is not the actor. He's not a supervillain being convinced he's an actor. It's just that he, as a character inside the world of fiction, had such a drive to win this fight that even though they crafted this script, he broke out and broke into the real world. So I'm curious which one you guys thought it was, or if there were more that I didn't think of that you guys thought of. Because all of these feel valid in their own ways, and not knowing which one it is really affects the story and really affects my ability to understand the story, at least for me personally. Because I started the story thinking, oh, okay, so he's just an actor. And so then when he actually has superpowers and they're talking to him like he's actually a supervillain, I'm starting to get really confused and wondering what's going on. So I do really like the setup. I do like starting in medias res, and like he's waking up and everything is in shambles and they're being told to evacuate and stuff. I do think that's a really that is a really great opener. But once I finish the story, I do have some questions about it, which is that he blew up the set, right? And the set is could be happening in a street, it could be happening in a studio, in a green screen, but either way, the set could be really big, but it's still like a building. It's still like at most like the floor of a building. And so it seems a little odd to me that, okay, like the floor of a building, blew up, or, here the wall blew up and everything fell out, or the set on the street blew up. Regardless of which one it is, to me that doesn't seem so big that it would require evacuation and helicopters. Now there is a missing person, and especially if Starboy actually is a hero, and they do care about his, he's like a celebrity, a famous superhero who is missing. Like, yeah, I could, okay, like that makes a little more sense, but I still feel like there is a difference between an actual supervillain, like blowing up the entire street, or blowing up an entire skyscraper, or blowing up a bunch of buildings on the street, versus blowing up the set. If he did blow up the entire street, or the entire building, or a bunch of buildings on the street, then yeah, like that would make sense as to, or at least more sense as to why that's the reaction. But telling people to evacuate in helicopters is very much a, like, hey, this is a citywide problem sort of thing, as opposed to one floor of one building blew up, if that makes sense. And I might be being too harsh on it, but just my thoughts. And like I said, I do like the imagery, even if by the end I'm sort of starting to question it. It is a great image that I can, and it does. I do like how it uses the sense of hearing, I can hear the voice and the screaming and stuff. I think that is very unsettling, and I like that. And so, we've talked before about names. I guess, we've talked before about names. So, this, unfortunately, the name that you picked, I think ends up shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. Because this doesn't immediately read as a name. Shadow Nebula could be a lot of different things, and name isn't the only option. And so, if it was something like, Jeff, where are ya? I would have immediately got what's going on. But the fact that it says Shadow Nebula, and then the next line says Shade and not Shadow Nebula, left me feeling a bit lost as to what's going on. It just sounds like they're shouting a random word down the street. I don't know how you could fix it, because that is his name in the set, other than having them say something else to start with. Maybe they know that his real name is Shade. Maybe they could say, Shade, where are you? And he, looks at them. Or they could even start with, that was off script, Shadow Nebula. Like that, I think that could work a bit better. But just saying Shadow Nebula into the void, and the next line being Shade, unfortunately, I think it ends up being a little bit confusing. I'm also curious overall what you are going for the people in suits, because I feel like there's a lot of different options. It could be that they're just like the director and his assistant, and that's it. It could be that they're like business people from the set. They could be from the government. It could be the government sent them like, hey, there's a real big problem down the street. You need to go take care of it. It could be that they're like Men in Black, that they are people who deal with, alien or supernatural things going on. And that's part of what leads me to those two potential options of they convince him that he's a villain and they convince him he's an actor, or he's an actor and they convince him he's a villain. There is kind of this, like you are part of, you deal with supernatural threats. You deal with the supers here. And so you might be trying to brainwash me. You might be trying to brainwash Shade here. But the fact that they do know what was going on makes it seem like they were either a part of the set in one way or another, part of the production, or that they have information they shouldn't have. That he doesn't know that they shouldn't have this information, but they are agents, who now know. so again, like, it's cool. Like, no matter which one you're going for, like, it's a fun thing. I just feel like I need to know which one it is to actually understand what's happening, if that makes sense. I'm also curious, the smacked their face, if it is supposed to be a face palm or a... Because I very much thought that one. I'm also... So, this is very nitpicky, but it's interesting to discuss. So, this could be just me, but the man is only referred to as he before this and after this. And switching to call him they isn't wrong. Like, you can, call someone who is usually referred to as he or she, and you can switch to they. That's fine. But I've talked about before that you really want to use, well, I guess I've talked about just now that you want to cut down on questions and you want to use as minimal things as could be confusing as possible. And I've talked about before, names, that you want to use as few names as possible. And to me, that also applies to pronouns, that if you're that I think it's better to stick to one and stick to it. That just using he the whole time, it's helpful, because going to they, like, when I saw that, I was like, did I misunderstand who was talking? Has a new character been introduced? Only to go, no, this is the guy that's been referred to as he the whole time. It just switches to they for this single sentence. And so I think that could work if it was they the whole time. It could work if it switches regularly between them. I would not recommend that, like I said, because you want to use as few potential confusing things as possible. So using just one pronoun is the most helpful, but it could work if it's more regular. But as is, having him referred to as one pronoun and then switching for a single sentence and never doing that again is something that could add some potential confusion that doesn't really need to be there, if that makes sense. Face palm or cheek smack? Amazing. So the other thing that makes me feel a little lost as to what's real and what's not real are their responses. Right here? Because he's asking, okay, why would I destroy a whole set? And the answer is, you're a supervillain. Now that does fit the prompt, because why'd you do it? Because you're the villain. However, if he is just an actor, even if he is an actor with superpowers, that doesn't feel like a viable answer. Like, if I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, I don't know. I don't know why Chris Pratt is who I thought of, but like, if Chris Pratt is I don't know, I guess playing in Guardians of the Galaxy, and he's Star-Lord, and he does something a little unexpected on the set. Maybe he, I don't know, he yells at somebody on the set, and then they're like, cut, that was off script, Chris, what's going on? And if this thing somehow, maybe he I'm creating this whole story. He like knocks a light into himself. There's a big light and he like punches it and it falls on his head, and when he wakes up he's a little dazed. He has a little bit of amnesia. And then he's like, what happened? It's like, well, you got mad and punched a lamp. And then you're like, why would I do that? Your answer wouldn't be like, well, you are Star-Lord. That isn't an answer. Even if he was like playing a villain, the answer wouldn't be, well, you are the villain of the story. It would be like, I think you got mad at the director, or, you didn't like how we wrote the script. Even that, like, would work better. You weren't a fan of how we wrote your character. But just saying you are a supervillain, as if it's real, doesn't really make sense to me as an answer, and which is part of what makes me feel like I can't understand the story unless I know which of the options it is. And that's also, these two lines are what made me come up with the theory that potentially he is a fictional character came to life. Because to me, it feels like the only two options that fit with this explanation are he is a supervillain. He is, well, the only two options that fit this explanation are the two where he is a supervillain. And the two where he is a supervillain are the one where he's actually a supervillain and they're trying to convince him he's an actor, or he's a fictional character come to life. Those are the only two options where, to me, that works as an answer to say, well, you are a supervillain, and your strong desire to win superseded the script of the final scene. Like, you came out of fiction. You came out of the woodwork because you wanted to win so badly. That kind of thing. But if he is actually an actor, like Chris Pratt in my example, saying you are a supervillain, he's not. He's an actor. So those lines are interesting for sure. But I felt like I didn't really get them. And then this line here, this was the line that threw me more than anything when I first read it, because they have clearly stated many times that he caused a massive explosion. So, I mean, for him to go through all that and then say, you mean I caused a massive explosion? I'm still confused. Makes him seem more than dazed. It makes it seem more than just a little unsure what's going on. And stick a pin in that. But it seems like more than that. It seems almost like he has been removed of his faculties. Whatever made him hit his head and forget what's going on, made his brain not able to process quite right. But with the help of a friend, again, I was informed that what this is meant to be, and I think they're right because it makes more sense, is that it's not him still being confused. It's not him going, okay, go through it again. I caused a massive explosion. It's him going, you're saying I caused a massive explosion? Wait a minute. You're saying I'm a supervillain? You're saying I have superpowers? Oh, well, gee, let me just use them to get away from you. That goes along with the title as well. Like, so I'm the bad guy? Well, I guess I'll be the bad guy then. But more deeper voice, and that also is grammatically incorrect. It should just be deeper voice. But saying something in a deeper voice isn't enough to give me that clue. Because, yes, that absolutely can be, so I'm the bad guy? But it can mean what I said too, because it could be, bro, you ate 3 hamburgers last night. I ate 3 hamburgers last night? Yeah, you totally did. You should have seen yourself. I ate 3 hamburgers last night? And so that also counts to me as a deeper voice, is going, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. And so that's how I interpret it, that it's like, what? You're saying I caused a massive explosion? And so I think this needed to either be different, or I needed more words to, you need to sacrifice words somewhere to show, he's going, oh, I want to be the villain. Okay, cool. It's not him being more confused. It's actually him realizing, this is who I am. Then that's who I'm going to be. Kind of thing, which is cool. And I do like that. Oh, nice. I just see Mako saying this discussion is actually starting to inspire me. I am glad to hear that. That is always the intention on these streams. Well, there are many intentions on these streams, but that's one of them. Now I'm curious what you're inspired to work on. Oh yeah, I see you say an Avengers level threat. What's going on here seems like, this is an Avengers level threat, not a set of a movie exploded. Which also goes along with potentially the theory of, yeah, he is a supervillain for real, and he did destroy the city for real. They're just trying to convince him he's an actor. But let's see, to go to your questions here. So, does this scene kind of help flesh out the world the series takes place in? Yes and no. I do feel like I have some sense of the world, and I am curious to read more and to learn more, but like I said, I'm lost for, is this a world where everybody has superpowers and some of them are actors? Is this a world of just heroes and villains, not everybody? Is this a world where, did I totally misinterpret it and nobody actually has powers and they're just actors? I don't really know what kind of world I'm, or is this a world where a fictional character came to life? Those each are quite different worlds. But regardless, it's what I can see of the world, and what I can see of the world I am interested in. So, I don't know, like, I guess it depends on what you mean by flesh out. Did the dialogue flow, or was it too choppy? I don't think choppy would be the word. Let me listen. Yeah, I don't know that, like, I guess I could see, like, if you got those critiques, I guess I could see those critiques a little bit, that it's like, that was out of script. Supposed to lose the fight, not cause a freak accident. Like, I guess I could see that, but that kind of makes sense for, how I would view people in suits, that I could see them just being like, all right, let's get down to business, here's what's going on. So, it kind of works. It's more the content of the dialogue that ended up causing me issues, not the pacing, if that makes sense. Is Shade's introduction a good starting point, or do you think there should be some inner monologue in this short? Mixed feelings on that as well. So I think your introduction was great. Like I said, I liked the in medias res, and it immediately tells us, hey, he doesn't know what's going on, and we're hopefully going to find out through the course of the story. And so I don't think I need internal monologue at the beginning for it to be introduced well. However, if that internal monologue would answer my questions, then yes, then I do need that. Because as I've established, I do need the answer to my questions. So if that's how you were going to answer those questions right off the bat, yeah, then maybe that would have been necessary. I will also say that this relates to your question about your revised version, which I did read. You did have some internal monologue at the end of the revised version where he's thinking about like the using his powers and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. I can pull it up again. But I remember liking it. I remember the internal monologue that you added was helpful in the revised version. It didn't answer my questions exactly, but it did help add some context. Let's see. And I also don't know if you mean Shade's introduction as in the story as a whole, as opposed to just the introduction of the beginning. So basically, I guess the answer to the question is, I needed the answers to my questions. I could get the answer in multiple ways. I could get that answer through internal monologue, through description, through dialogue. I could get that answer in different ways. So that's what I needed. I didn't necessarily need extra internal monologue. That wouldn't necessarily have fixed my major confusion with the story. But if that's how you chose to convey that information, then that would be helpful. then that would work. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. And then, okay, if I've read the revision, how does it compare? Just realized I did not put a timer on that one, so I don't know. I don't know if I've been over. So let me quick open it up for a sec. beginning is mostly the same. I do like the... Didn't we already tell you? I think that's great. Oh yeah, so like this paragraph here. So Shade stepped back from them and remembered a little bit of what happened in the recent past. He could recall the explosion and the feeling of being duped, but that's all he can remember. He snapped out of his thoughts and noticed the two people looking apprehensive, as though they regretted ever speaking. As the desire to escape grew, he instinctively remembered how to use a certain trick, a trick to getting away from them. He twirled his fingers and conjured sparks on each of his hands. The man and woman widened their eyes. "Stop!" the woman yelled. Shade used the small explosion as a way to launch himself away, at the same time a way to say thanks for their idiocy, of encouraging his mind to recall some of his powers. So I like that. I like that ending more than the ending you have here. But you don't have the words for it. It's a big paragraph. So I liked give that extra context of like, aha, he remembered something. He remembered how to do some powers. And the powers are different, and these powers are smaller than... I would consider teleportation a bigger power than Sparkle Hands. What does the Grandmaster call it? Like Sparkle Fingers or something? And so this feels a little more believable and fits multiple interpretations a little bit better, because like it still seems like superpowers, but maybe it could be like a magic trick or something like that. But we know he's been duped, so that might mean he didn't cause the explosion. I like I feel like I understand, because we have here, they look like they regretted something. I don't really have enough information to understand what that means. I do think it's because, it's like, oh, it's an I caused a massive explosion. They're like, crap, he's going villain mode. But like I said, because I was confused, because I didn't fully get your meaning on that line. I didn't know what the next line meant. But having it here, oh, hey, they looked apprehensive as though they regretted speaking. I like that. That worked really well here. I like the trick, to get away from them. Great context there. I like her just saying stop. We don't need to have her say, oh, you're under arrest. She can just be like, stop, I know what you're doing, stop. And then he gets away. And that makes sense. So the ending worked better for me personally in the revised version, but you didn't have the words for it to do it, and the long version still, or the revised version still, didn't answer the questions that I needed answering, and so that is the main thing that I would want from a revised version is answers to that oh so important question of what's real, what's fake, is he a real villain, is he an actor, is he both, what's going on here? I don't know what that emoji's for, Miko. Okay, let's see what folks in not so private chat have been saying. Hellenic had to get going. Boyfriend's invited me out for pizza. Have a good pizza. Good night. Masa has to go too. Goodbye, Masa. Aerith, I have to go too, but I'll be back later. Fair enough. Yeah, totally. Then there's a gif of Home Alone. I made my family disappear. Is that referencing everybody leaving? That something made them all leave? Or is that referencing the I caused a massive explosion, I made my family disappear. Now it's a happy, him after rocket jumping away. Nice. He, Sparkle hands away and then flops on the ground. Oh, amazing. Alrighty. Thank you so much for submitting Palmothemus. I am very curious to read more about this universe and these characters. Now, let's actually set up our timer. No, don't set us to step out. Hopefully we'll be back before the stream's end. Fair enough. Okie dokie. And thank you guys so much for unlocking all 4. That means a lot to me. And I'm really happy that I was able to do all 4 and not be way into the night and not have to split it into 2 or be exhausted. So thank you guys so much for doing that. I really appreciate your support a lot. And I said, wait, I might have time to listen to this one. Fair enough. Also, I don't know if Saniron is how to pronounce that, but I have not heard otherwise, and I know Spectre isn't awake to ask him. So I like how that sounds, so I'm going to pronounce it that way. Alright. The Runes and the Steel. Mortal Kin. Saniron. By Spectre. Saniron listened. He listened to the hammer fall onto the heated metal. Listened to the crackling of the coals in the forge in front of him. Listened to his breathing growing ever more ragged as sweat piled up on his body. This had to be perfect. Earth for the body, fire for the soul, he muttered. For the 5 senses, wind from the bellows bowl. The steel began to glow brighter, symbols etching themselves into it. Beasts' hands for the craft, demons run through clean and fast, light and darkness in tandem for the mind's great contrast. His crafted piece of steel was small, not a sword or a dagger, but a tip designed for a spear. He lifted it up with a pair of tongs, holding it high. Only one ingredient was left to make the runes shine. To survive any strife, I give you water for life. He plunged it into a basin of iced water. It sizzled and steamed, seemingly shivering in the cold. And that was supposed to be that. Runesmithing at its finest, as created by the Arnir of Untragab, the great underground kingdom. Saniron grinned as he held up his spear tip, observing the runes carved along it, forming beautiful, intricate patterns. A moment later, it broke apart before his eyes, chunks of steel falling loudly into the basin of water. Saniron's smile faded like snow on a field of hot lava. He stared at the tongs, still held up in a pose of heroic triumph. Only instead of his crowning achievement, he held a pathetic shard of nothing. Disheartened, he let the tongs fall into the water basin. Where did I go wrong? He muttered, frustrated, turning the pages of the notebook on a desk close to the forge. I followed the instructions. It should have worked. He must be missing some kind of rite, some kind of ingredient. Maybe it had to be Arnir hands that forged the runes. He cursed, wiping hair out of his sweating forehead. Days and nights of work for nothing. Time to start all over again. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I did it. I said it on all the stories. I didn't say it wrong. Is that supposed to be a wind from the bellows blow? It might be. It wouldn't rhyme with soul, though. But we'll talk about that. Alright. This is a great story. Spectre it's probably guessable, but the prompt is runes, rituals, and rites. And Spectre's questions are, how does Saniron's chant work for you? I was going for mythical vibe, maybe a kind of oral tradition being passed down. Does this feel like too much exposition? Is the moment when Saniron's metal shard breaks too much of a rug pull or too anticlimactic? Feel free to answer those questions in the chat. Alrighty, I think this story has some really great setting. I really like the images that you use. I can very easily imagine it. I like the image of sweat piling up, because sweat is like, usually you'd use more liquidy images for sweat, and that's a very solid things piling up image, and so I like that, and that makes you feel the oppressive heat of the forge. It's piling up. So I really like that image. So I guess we can go to talk about what Mako was talking about. So I like the chant, but there are some parts of it that are a little bit awkward to me, and this is one of them for a couple reasons. So one is, I don't know what a bellows bowl is, and I looked it up, and I got plungers. So I don't think that's what you meant. But as far as I know, like, the bellows is just, like, the thing that puts air into the forge, and I haven't really seen a bowl on that. So it could be that you meant blow, but I assume that soul and bowl were supposed to rhyme. I also, I thought it meant below. I actually misread it the first time I read it. I read it as the bellows below. So that's a little awkward that I don't know what a bellows bowl is. And then the other thing that's a little bit awkward about that is it goes earth for the body, fire for the soul, for the five senses. You know, it doesn't keep consistent with its phrasing. That instead of going earth for the body, fire for the soul, something for the senses. And so that also is slightly awkward. So something that overall I'm curious about with this story is that the runes seem particularly important to the story. And later on he says, you know, perhaps it had to be Arnir hands that forged the runes. But it doesn't seem like he's forging the runes. It just seems like the runes are suddenly appearing. And so if it is him doing it, I feel like that should be a little bit clearer. That if this, especially if it is really important as it seems, I think showing his agency in that a little bit more would be helpful. And it could be the chant itself that is causing the runes, but it's unclear, especially with the phrasing of symbols etching themselves into it. You could say the chant etching the symbols into it. I think that would be helpful. And then I do really like the cadence of beast hands for the craft, demons run through clean and fast. I do really like how that sounds, but it seems a bit nonsensical because he seems to be human. He might be a beast, but he seems to be human, and beasts don't tend to have hands. They might, especially like a humanoid beast, but usually the definition of a beast is not human. And so it seems, and so I'm wondering, is it saying your hands are making the craft? Are you saying you used a beast's, hands, a beast's paws to make this as an ingredient? I don't really know what that's referring to. And then demons run through clean and fast. Again, are you putting demons into that sword? That's kind of badass. But it's not really clear if you're grabbing demons and just sticking them into your sword. And if that's not the case, I don't really know what that means. How are demons running through it? And so I like it. It's poetic. It's interesting. I like the cadence of it. But I don't really know how it relates to what's actually happening. And then for this part, I think that the cadence gets messed up a bit. And it is interesting because it's subtle, but when I arrived at it, I was like, this feels a little bit clunky to me, and I don't know why. And at first I was like, maybe it's the syllables, and I counted them, and this is 12, and this is 12 if this counts as one, if beasts counts as one. And this is 13. So I was like, it's pretty much the same. So obviously it's not the syllables. And I think the main thing, there's a couple things, but I think the main thing it is that beast's hands for the craft, comma, demons run through clean and fast, period. Light and darkness, comma, in tandem, should be another comma. So light and darkness, comma, in tandem, comma, for the mind's great contrast. That's a very different cadence. And I think this would work really well as like this. Just light and darkness in tandem for the mind's great contrast. So listen to me read it both ways. So, beast's hands for the craft. Demons run through clean and fast. Light and darkness in tandem for the mind's great contrast. Or beast's hands for the craft. Demons run through clean and fast. Light and darkness in tandem for the mind's great contrast. That two-part thing works much better, at least for me. And it seems much clunkier with the comma there. The other thing is that craft and fast don't rhyme, but they're kind of an imperfect rhyme. They sound very similar. And then darkness and contrast don't sound that similar, and tandem and contrast really don't sound similar. I'm well aware that fast and contrast are what you're trying to rhyme, but the fact that you used an imperfect rhyme for craft and fast, and that sounds really great together, and then tandem, contrast are really different, I think is another thing that makes it sound a little bit clunky, that it doesn't mirror that imperfect rhyme in that one either. My sword contains the essence of 1,000 demons. Don't know if it makes it cut better, but it's pretty cool. Love that. I really like the fact that you call to mind, like, hey, you might think that this is a sword or a dagger or something big, but actually it's very small. And I like that it kind of has this idea of the small things can have a great big impact. And I think that's really neat, and that he's putting so much care into this small thing. Or it could be that it's really difficult, and so even making something small is takes so much effort. No matter what it means, I think it's really cool. And then I really like to survive any strife, I give you water for life. I think that's really neat because in, blacksmithing and stuff, you would put something in the water. And that usually would almost seem like a snuffing out of life. That sizzle, that snuffing sound, it kind of feels like, oh, it's alive, it's on fire. And then you stick it in the water, it's like, go to sleep now. And so and then it's also interesting because water is life for many creatures, many living creatures. And so the fact that for, metal, it may not, it kind of seems like the opposite, makes this a really cool image. That's for, a flesh and blood creature, it'd be like, yeah, water for life, okay, whatever. But the fact that it's referring to this thing where it seems like a snuffing out motion is a really cool juxtaposition. And then, of course, there is the unfortunate thing, which is that it's like, I will give you water for life, and then it dies. So I don't know if that irony was intended, but that is kind of funny. I really like the personification of seemingly shivering in the cold. That is a great image. And then it breaks apart. I like the snow on a field of hot lava. That's a great image. And then I like this image of, like, he's still holding it in triumph. Like, he thought it was gonna work. And so for a second, he's still just standing there in shock and horror. I like that as well. I like the image of he held a pathetic shard of nothing, that the tongs are still as if they're holding something, but it's just a pathetic shard of nothing instead of his crowning achievement. I like that a lot. And then I like I don't know, it's very realistic, just where did I go wrong? I followed the instructions. I think that's great. I do feel like this here, so I talk about quite a bit about how when the prompt, what was I gonna say? That when you have the prompt directly in the story, that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's risky. This is one sense in which it doesn't work for me, and I think I've mentioned before that a good rule of thumb for should I use the prompt directly or not is, would the characters actually naturally say this? That if these are the words that they would naturally use, it's probably going to sound natural and it's going to seem fine. But if it's like you're putting it in there and it doesn't seem natural, it's really going to sound unnatural. And this is a case where it doesn't feel like, he just went through a rite. And when you are making a sword, like, generally it doesn't include rites at all. And he did a rite. And so it seems odd that his first thought is, I must be missing a rite. It makes more sense to say ingredient. It makes more sense to say step. And so if it was, he must be missing some step. He must be missing some ingredient. I think that would work perfectly for me. But going, he must be missing some kind of rite. It's like, that's not where my mind goes at all. And so it ends up feeling unnatural and feels like, you remember the prompt. Remember, it's about rights. That kind of thing. I do really like this idea of maybe it had to be Arnir hands that forged the runes. That I like the lore thing and the almost hopeless idea of maybe I can never do it. Maybe I am the wrong creature. I'm not the right species to do this. And maybe if I keep trying, it will never work because I am not the right species. And that's a really interesting idea to me. And this is like talking about questions and stuff. Like, I do think you do a great job of like, hey, the runesmithing was created by the Arnir of Untergrab, and then you mention it again here that it doesn't bring up too many questions. If anything, we could have been wondering, hey, like, how is he able to do this? Why is he doing? Where does his power come from? And could say, oh, here's why he's doing this. His power comes from these creatures. So that's interesting. And I like the coming back to the beginning, like we have piled up sweat at the beginning, and then he wipes, his sweating forehead at the end. That's a cool little mirror. And then I really like the ending of days of nights of work for nothing. Time to start all over again. I feel like I have had that sort of moment quite a few times in my life, and the most common time I have that moment is playing video games when it's just like I almost got to the end. I almost beat the boss. I all those days and nights, all those hours fighting that boss. Time to go in again. But yeah, like I've felt that in real life as well. Just the horror of having to start over, but the determination of it. That's like, no, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving in to despair. I'm just gonna get up and I'm gonna do it again. I think there's something so both sad and beautiful about it that it's like, oh my gosh, this is terrible that I have to start over, but I'm going to do it. I think it's really, really neat. So going to your questions, does a chant work for you? I was going for a mythical vibe, maybe a kind of oral tradition being passed down. It gives me that vibe. It seems mythical. It seems like an oral tradition. I get that. I think I've mostly answered. The issues I had were much more nitpicky than anything to do with it as a whole. I think it was fine to include if it is what carved the runes. I think that needs to be stated, and I mentioned any specific oddities to it. Does it feel like too much exposition? I didn't think so personally, and actually it doesn't feel like exposition to me. It feels like narration. It feels like and some description that we have. Here's your description of what's of the setting, and then it proceeds to just be him making the spear tip. The spear tip. So it doesn't feel like, let me tell you what I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you about Saniron and his life, and let me tell you about, if you had been like, let me tell you about the Arnir of Undragrab, here's what they're like, then that would have been like too much exposition. But you just were like, no, here is where we got this, and it's at the end. So to me, it works quite well. Is the moment where Saniron's metal shard breaks too much of a rug pull or too anticlimactic? I don't think so. I think it worked for me. Like, I actually think it's more interesting to me than if it succeeded. I would have been like, okay, it succeeded. But having it break, like, is much more fascinating to me. It makes me want to know more. It makes me want to see him succeed. It makes me wonder where he went wrong. And, so I quite like it. I think it's interesting. I do feel like maybe my brain could have skipped over it at first because it's like, oh, it's all happening, and then, oh, it broke apart, So I don't know if that means it's anticlimactic, but when you ask, is it anticlimactic? I think it works. It doesn't feel, I don't know. It doesn't feel anticlimactic to me personally. I think it worked for the story. I think it made the story more interesting. Because, like, I guess it working is what I'm expecting. And so that almost is more anticlimactic to me, because it would just be, okay, the man made a sword, and there wouldn't really be too much more to it. But the fact that something I wasn't expecting happened, that felt more climactic, and now I'm like, ooh, okay, now I want to know more, kind of thing. And then that was it. But yes, great little tale, Spectre. It is so great to have you back again. Let us go on to announcing the next prompt, which is a special prompt. And I guess I won't really be showing it because there's no vote to show, but we're doing a special prompt this coming week. So if you don't know, or if you haven't been to other streams where I talked about it, folks in Brazil are in a terrible situation right now. There is a lot of flooding going on in Brazil, and it is so big and so bad. It is, the last I heard, it was the size of England, the area that is flooded. People are losing everything. People are losing everything but the clothes on their backs, and it is not good. And there are several people here in our group who are from Brazil. Some of our, some very active members here are from Brazil and are directly impacted by what's going on here. And so, especially because people that we directly know are being impacted, but, you know, just in general as well, I want to do what little I can to help support people in this situation. So next week we have a prompt that is submitted by Arachnarchista, who himself is in the thick of it, and it is tragedy bringing out the best of us. It is over 5 words. I'm letting it go over 5 words for this special prompt because it felt like the cuts of the prompt just didn't quite convey the same thing. So it will be that tragedy bringing out the best of us. And he has submitted it because it is something he has seen through this situation that, I don't want to speak to his experiences because I don't know them. And so maybe later on he can share. But it is something he has seen in this situation, and I quite liked it as a prompt because instead of it being this prompt of despair, it was this prompt of hope and the beauty in humanity, which I think is really neat, and I love to read some stories about it. And it's very much this, so we had a special prompt quite a while ago, which was Write a Better Future. It was when we were in the thick of COVID, that COVID happened, and Benji was like, let's stop our regular prompt and let's do something about this. Let's write something about, real life, and let's, write something hopeful. So that prompt was more of a call to action, like, let's write a better future. Let's do something. But this prompt is a little bit different. This prompt is more of marveling at the unexpected beauty of humanity. That's seeing something you didn't think you would see, like looking out and going, wow, I can't believe that tragedy brought out the best of us. I can't believe that people are coming alongside each other and helping each other and stuff like that. And so that that's the idea behind the prompt. We are also going to do something special during the stream itself. So if you recall, during the first stream of the new stream, the Moth in the Archive stream, if I remember correctly, I didn't have monetization up, and so I used the opportunity to donate to a place called Save a Fox, where they indeed save foxes. And so what we did there is we had you guys donate to Save a Fox, and then you would screenshot your donation and send it in the stream chat, and then we would be able to see that and calculate the encores from there. So instead of cheering to me, you will be cheering next week to causes in Brazil. So VTR writer in the announcements, and I did pin it in announcements, has given us a resource that has a bunch of different places that we can donate to. I don't know if I'm going to just say, oh, if you donate to any of these places, it'll work, or if I'm going to pick a specific one. I will think about it as the week goes on and talk to folks. But yeah, so whatever it is, we're going to be donating to causes that we're going to be donating to people who are specifically trying to help the flooding situation in Brazil and everybody who lost everything. And so, yeah, so we're going to be writing a prompt submitted by someone in that situation about that situation, and we're going to donate to the situation on the next stream. Your stories do not have to be real. They do not have to be specifically about the situation in Brazil. If you write for an ongoing universe, you can continue to write for an ongoing universe and just write about tragedy, bringing out the best in your characters. You don't have to do anything real with the prompt. You can if you want, but if you do decide to try and write about the actual situation, especially if you are not in it, please do get help from people who are in that situation to make sure you are portraying it right and respectfully. And you can also, even if you don't want to write about the situation in Brazil, if you want to write about something, from your own life that is inspired by your own life, you can do that as well. The door is open as it always is every week. The rules of what you can write about have not changed in any way. So there is another thing I would like to do. So let me pull something up to do with that. Oh, come on. Move. Diddle-a-doo. Diddle-a-doo. Diddle-a-diddle-a-doodle-a-doo. Okay, come over here and do that. And go over here and go over here and here. And there are dots. Okay, I can't do it that way. Never mind. All the deedle-a-doos were for nothing. Okay, so the members, oops, cancel. Now I have to deedle-a-doo on my phone instead. Okay, that. And that. There it is. Okay, so yesterday I asked for folks who actually are Brazilian to accept the Brazilian role for themselves. It is the Brazil flag. And so the members of our group who are actually Brazilian are Arachnarkista, Eddie, Larry Behaven, Orlov Kruskayev, and VTR Writer. VTR Writer, if you are listening to this, I added the role to you just so to make sure that you were included. But if you don't like having that role, I can remove it afterwards. But I know that you are, because you are somebody who actually posted the resources. But I would like to do something different. The prompt is different, the donations are different, everything's different. So if any of these people post to the writing group this week, they are guaranteed to be read. That I want people who are actually to not just honor the situation, but to honor the people. And even if they decide not to write about the situation, and they do not have to, that if people who are actually from Brazil write for this prompt, they will be read. And so that means, so there are 5 of them. So if all 5 of them write in, there will be 5 guaranteed stories, and that will be that. If one of them writes in, there'll be one Brazilian guaranteed story, and the others will be from supporters. If all 5 or 4 of them write in, we're probably gonna have to figure something out so that the supporters are included. I can't believe that it's only just now occurring to me. I don't think, because 4 of those people are people who do not write in regularly. I am fairly certain that Arachnar will probably write and probably get in. And so if it is, if that is the case, then it won't be too much of an issue. We'll just have our 3 supporters to pick from. But if they all write in, I will consider what to do to make sure that the supporters still get included. But know that you might end up being an encore next week. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. But yeah, we'll see. And you can let me know if you hate this idea. If you're like, you know what, that doesn't really work for me, or I don't think that honors, the supporters or something. You can let me know. Hello, Berserk Villain. Welcome. It's too bad that you're joining at the end, but it's great to have you. Yes. So that's the plan. I'll let you know if that changes and in what to do if they all write in. I'll be watching to see who writes in. Yes. So, as for what to do with the prompt, so let's see. So, tragedy bringing out the best of us. So, you can write about. There are lots of different tragedies that can occur in our lives. They could be a big natural disaster, or it could be something more, it could be something smaller and more gentle. It could just be something tragic happening to maybe a child is getting bullied at school, or they got their lunch money stolen, and then another student either gives them their own lunch money, or just at least sits with them and hangs out with them and has lunch with them, or shares their lunch with them. It could be something as small as that. It could be tragedy brought out the best of that kid. It could be Zerkville. I feel like I showed up late to class and frantically trying to take notes to catch up. Fair. Mark says that sounds completely fair to me personally. Gotcha. Good to know. So you could, you could write about, like, say, I was actually thinking about talking about this with Mako Cam earlier, so hopefully he's okay with me saying this, because I don't think he's going to use this idea, but, like, the idea of a superhero who, is, like, saving this other person, and this person ends up helping others, that they've seen victims of tragedy be sad or angry and need comfort, but they haven't really seen somebody get up and go help others, even though they lost everything. You could totally do something like that. But I really love the marvelment that is in this prompt, that the idea of somebody marveling at the beauty of another person, of tragedy bring out the best of them. You don't have to have marvelment. I like that part of the prompt, but you could just have it be like an instance of, something tragic happened and this person, the best of this person was brought out. I also do like the idea, because I think a lot of us have, like, anti-hero or redeemable villains characters, and so I'd love to see us writing about, we get to see their angst and their darkness a lot, but getting to see, okay, what might happen that could bring out the best of this character? What might make them save someone, or just act better, that sort of thing. Oh, nice. But anyways, yeah, I appreciate that, Aerith. There is another one coming in now. Villain character? I feel qualified. Amazing. But yeah, so any character that is, just it could be a good character marveling at another character being good. It could be a villain being good. It could be a lot of different things, but it's just something tragic happening of any scale, whether it be big or small, and it's bringing out the best of either the person who the tragedy happened to or someone in the vicinity or both. But yes, so I guess I'll snooze it because we're just ending. But if you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. So they happen in the backup queue and the writing group voice chat and the writing group chat. And you can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk and hang out, but there's a lot more back and forth discussion over voice, and it's a great time, definitely worth joining. So if you'd like to join, head over to the backup queue and put your story in there and use the format provided for you there. So yeah, and the backup readings usually happen at 5 p.m. Sunday Central Time. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. Join us or else we cannot behold your best. That's great. I really like that one. Anybody have suggestions for a raid? Anybody you want me to raid? I'll take a look at some stuff while you are potentially telling me. Ooh, okay, so I see Palmothemus answered. So I guess while you guys are potentially coming up with someone to raid, I'll look at this. So Palmothemus says, thanks for your feedback. Helped a lot on what to cover in this world. I'm looking for more. The supervillains are fictional characters who've come to life, while the superheroes are actual actors who were given special powers thanks to futuristic technology. I haven't fleshed out the magic system yet. It's a fairly new idea. Oh yes, I am happy to hear that that I was right in the theory of their fictional characters come to life. That was honestly my favorite. My favorite theory. That was the one I liked the most, and one of the ones that made the most sense to me. So I'm happy that that one was right. There's a deception and mind controlling happening for most supervillains and superheroes. Let's just say the future of entertainment is that superhero fiction has become reality. Interesting. Okay, so there is some mind controlling going on. That could have been part of what caused the confusion, and people want to make a buck on superhero fiction. Gotcha. I haven't come up with the world building and magic yet, but short stories help motivate me to make more of my world. That is awesome. That is why we're here. That is true for a lot of us. So I'm really glad to hear it's motivating you. I guess the rating for this particular short story is supposed to kind of be like a guessing game, but with a few hints because I want the reader to walk in the same shoes as the main character, Shade. Gotcha. Shade is Shadow Nebula. I guess calling them out Shadow Nebula after saying how he was out of script would have saved me from using extra words. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding you, but I understood that he was in the movie Shadow Nebula, but Shade seems like he's a different supervillain. I guess maybe you're saying no, it's the same. Like Shadow Nebula, Shade, exactly the same, different names for the same character. The man being referred to as they, them was an accident. I originally had 3 people, but I changed it to 2 because it was going to feel more confusing. That's fair. That's a good ruling to make. And that actually, that's a great idea to have a he, him, a she, her, and a they, them could really help differentiate the 3 characters for sure. Thanks for reading the story. It helped a lot in understanding how to build a world, the character, and the setting. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that it was helpful. But yeah, Tessa says, I have a couple, but I'd like others to have their chance first. Miss Nowie says, Mako. She's a very small streamer. Cool. We can do that. Oops. Miss Nowie. Oh. Nope. All right, but it's been a great time. Thank you guys so much for unlocking all the stories. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week, and I am looking forward to seeing tragedy bring out the best of you. Goodbye.